Okay, good morning, everyone. Just a quick housekeeping reminder, please turn phones and laptops to silent mode, please. Today's session is a roundtable session on do that this afternoon, or they see where we get to. But before we start, we've got a number of procedural issues to cover. We've also got a speaker this morning from NASA in support, I believe. So I'll get through my procedural matters and then we'll hear from them later. So first off, just to say we did a useful site visit yesterday. Thank you for the detailed and helpful itinerary. The winds were westerly, so we will go back when they're easterly. And we've got the site visit to the airport itself tomorrow. Do we have an update on the arrangements of that? The appellants, please.
Yes, I believe the draft activities were sent through to the programme officer for your consideration. Just
oh, right.
I believe it was a suggested 11:30 start with the 2-hour tour of the various areas you've identified already. We're also happy to accommodate the request. So if you wouldn't mind having a look at the itinerary, if you're happy with it, then fine. If there's anything you'd like to add, it's no problem at all. And I believe you were fair set passes the process for those details. So thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, we'll look at that when we over the lunch break and come back, but that's helpful. Thank you. There have been some various emails flying around. We were out yesterday, so I don't think we've seen them all, and I think there've probably been crossed emails. We've sent stuff out that I think benefit of seeing your emails, so just bear with us on all that. I'll set out what I think we've had in the last few days, and then if I missed anything, let me know as well. So I'm going to start with the easier stuff. So had the still compliance statement from the council, so thank you very much for that. That will be added as an inquiry document, the online. We've also had the consolidated version of the Section 106 agreement. I think those to be printed copies provided today to the inquiry. If we could have those in the break, and get them as well. And that will go again on the website as well. I've had a request from HACCP for 2 inquiry documents. Can you just explain what they are and why you're wanting to submit them?
Yes, so the first, which is INQ04.
I'll come back to you on the record.
Yeah. So, well, first then is an email exchange between Dr. Alex Chapman and Mr. Craig Heffernan, who is an economic advisor at the Department for Transport, In the course, after receiving Ms. Condon's rebuttal to his evidence, Dr. Chapman wanted to try and get some clarity on what paragraph 1.1.4 of the new web tag guidance did in fact mean, because there's a dispute between the parties about the meaning of a particular paragraph. He emailed Mr. Heffernan, because Mr. Heffernan, amongst other roles, coordinates consultation on the web tag guidance, to ask him whether or not, basically for his interpretation essentially of the guidance, or to run his interpretation past him. He got a response to that. He then asked Mr. Heffernan whether Mr. Heffernan would be happy for that response to be shared with the inquiry, and he only got confirmation from Mr. Heffernan that he was content for that to be shared on Monday, which is why I sort of put it in before yesterday. So in terms of the timings, that's that one. So that goes to, the email exchange goes to the dispute between ourselves and the appellant over the applicability of the web tag guidance to planning applications for aviation. And then the other document is actually, there's nothing sort of new in there. It's Dr. Chapman's analysis of some of the figures, again, in Ms. Condon's rebuttal. It's something which he would have wanted to comment on in his examination in chief in any event by reference to the rebuttal, but he's just put the figures in a table so that it will be easier for the inspectors to be able to kind of follow what he's talking about when doing that. So that's what both of those documents are.
Okay, and did you circulate those to the parties and they were aware? And
so we circulated them as of yesterday. So that will be, my understanding is that that's the first time the other parties have seen them. So there may be obviously comments from the other parties.
Okay, the council, have you seen them and have you any comments on their being admitted to the inquiry?
We saw the web tag comments and then
Thank you. Mr. Humphries?
Yes, we've seen them. I mean, the correspondence with the department just confirms our view.
Well, we'll get into evidence giving at the time and you can make some submissions on that now.
I think the trouble is, obviously, this is someone in the department who's not familiar with the circumstances of this inquiry and is answering a general question about could the web tag guidance ever be applicable in a planning environment. Obviously, it could if it was a public investment, but this is not a public investment.
Well, we can pick that up obviously with witnesses at this time. Are you content that they're entered as inquiry documents?
Yes, and I think, yes, certainly in relation to the email, I think, but I think in relation to the other one, as my understanding is, and Ms. Collins not here, but that's sort of just a presentation we've done. So again, we may need to comment on it.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see.
But I don't have a problem.
Okay, all right, well, I'm content to accept it then. Appreciate you giving them an inquiry document. We've already had those numbers, I think, because we've got transcripts from the interested parties that we've heard. So where there are documents, we'll do the numbering, but I understand that you're trying to be helpful, so thank you for that.
So does that mean those, because I assume that those were the numbers, so I've imported them to my system.
Yeah, no,
those numbers.
they won't be those numbers because they were already sort of effectively taken up by some transcripts and things like that. So they'll go on the website. John will advise when they're live and so that you've got
That's absolutely fine. I just need to.
Yeah.
I just need to make a note.
Otherwise, we're going to have lots of values for 4 5 I think. Okay, that's great. Thank you. HACAN have also suggested a further condition. So we'll come to that later, but we've got quite a big condition session, so do remind me if I try and finish without discussing it. Okay, thank you. Piers directly in our office received letters from the Department for Transport dated the 5th of December, and that's in respect of retained EU regulation number 598 and the implications for the inquiry. And I'm sure you all, can tell me what 598 is off the top of your heads, but for those that aren't sure, it relates to noise. So, impressionist. So, I mean, I was aware that there have been general discussions occurring between the planning inspector and the Department of Transport. Those discussions haven't involved me. But a letter has been sent because they were aware that this inquiry was sitting. I saw a copy of the letter late last night. I will share it. The Department of Transport said it's fine to be shared. It will be an inquiry document. And I would invite the parties to comment on it formally in writing, and we can pick up on anything specific when we deal with the noise something next week. Joanne Vincent's got a copy of it on email, so we can send that round, and it will be an inquiry document.
That would be helpful.
Yeah. So we'll pick that up next week, which you all had a chance to read it and think through any implications, but that's an invite to all the parties on that. Okay, timetabling then. Do we know how Mr. Randall is, just by way of an update?
Yes, Mr. Randall is very comfortable at home, however, he is still very poor. We tend to update you daily as close to recovery, but we're hoping to have a definitive answer by Monday morning.
Oh, so different.
We have reserve counsel just in case.
Right, okay. Do you know who that is at this stage?
I suspect it might be Timothy Straker, Casey.
Right, okay. That's helpful, thank you. I'm glad Mr. Randall's comfortable as well. Obviously, we've still got the issue around timetabling, and I know there was a flurry of emails, I think late Tuesday night, so you're all staying up very late, trying to assist. And I know HACCAM produced a revised draft timetable which was circulated, and the council were content with that, but concern was raised by the appellants. I issued an email yesterday before I'd seen any of this correspondence saying I'd had a think, and I don't think I can cope with Monday afternoon sitting next week, certainly. Again, just my own health, but also we are working Saturday, reflecting on site visit, so it just gives us a bit of a chance. It's travelling time and everything. So, I thank everyone for their, it's a good idea. I think just having thought about the practicalities of it, I'm a bit concerned. I've read the points raised by the parties, and I don't know if we wanted to say anything on it. I have thought about it, I do have my own thoughts, but...
Yes, I think we suggested sitting on Monday and then doing, as well as the noise, Dr. Smith and Dr. Chapman. Completely understand why you don't want to sit on Monday, at that point. I think we do think that when you look at then what the noise of the estimates, and I appreciate that estimates are not always accurate and you go on, sort of mid-morning breaks and things like that, and things like that. I understand that. But even so, it looks as though we've only got, we just did noise, maybe 2.5 days of work next week. And therefore, we wondered, I think it was a follow-up email from Mr. B, asking whether we could perhaps at least get through Dr. Smith at the end of next week. So it will be a four-day week, and it seems to us that to get through that number of witnesses was very doable. And that would then at least give us some prospect January of finishing the 2 other witnesses on the socioeconomic effects, and then the 3 witnesses on planning, and on planning to some extent, we're talking about the same bosses, and therefore it's not, we try to avoid repetition as much as possible, but we would have 4, or if we were able to sit on a Monday that week, or a half, but again, we see the same issues may arise. But we would have some prospect of completing that. Just, we've obviously been thrown into this period of some really unfortunate circumstances with Mr. Randall. But we ought to at least see if we can move things on. And then, even if we did have to go into an extra day, we might even be going into an extra 1 or 2 days rather than looking for a week. And we said for our part have not ruled out the extra days being before the January week, the supply days. It doesn't have to be after the January week, because we're starting on things that 15th.
Yes, I'm unavailable the week before, which is why.
All right. No. Well, that's actually a very good reason then to not sitting that week. But I think Hackney and others, we had sort of supplied dates both sides of that to try and be as helpful as possible.
I'm very sorry, but I don't believe Dr. Smith has availability for the very end of next week. And tends to be the situation that were we in examination or cross-examination, of course, couldn't require a witness for nearly a month until we came back to sit. That would be prejudicial. So for those reasons, unfortunately, I wouldn't agree with Mr. Humphreys on the need to sit in next week. Do you think it's really important to hear the need case and the forecasting case together, the for and against? And I think that would give a very balanced overview and be very representative. I think to leave it a month, I think things might get missed.
So in terms of Kenny's position on sort of things that we absolutely can't do, unfortunately, as I said, Dr. Emily isn't available on the Tuesday or Wednesday next week. It's just really unfortunate. In terms of hearing the economic evidence first, he is available on the Thursday and Friday, so obviously were the decision to be to start the economic evidence before the Christmas break, we can physically manage that. I don't really have anything further to add to what was in our email that accompanied the sort of suggested alternative timetable in terms of potential prejudice around hearing part of the new case before Christmas and part of it after. And in terms of obviously if Mr. Randall is well enough to join us, not overloading next week for him. But in terms of sort of absolute hardline issues, we just decided we can't put Dr. Chapman forward for next Tuesday or Wednesday.
And that, I suppose, suggested Dr. Smith at the end of next week, because I didn't know about his availability, but it could equally be Dr. Chapman. And remember, Dr. Smith is dealing with forecasting, as he quite clearly says, not socioeconomics, and Dr. Chapman is dealing with socioeconomics, but not forecasting. They are quite distinct. They do not need to be together because they're not actually dealing with the same topic. And yes, obviously, it gives was longer to think about cross-examination on our witness, but at least we're making use of the time.
Christmas wasn't sort of when it was, and there wasn't such a long gap. And there's a few things. I'm concerned about overloading Mr. Randall, who we don't know, or if the KC comes in, obviously they're going to have last minute for them to prepare as well. Obviously your witness isn't available in that.
We do, sorry to interrupt, but on this point about splitting the evidence, if that is a prevailing factor, then if we've got to get through all of the forecasting and socioeconomic evidence and the planning evidence in the 4 days in January, it would be said we won't get through through that. You'll then be told that the whole planning evidence, if topics can't be split, needs to go off. And we're just, the longer the things, the more days we're looking for when everyone's available, it's going to go on. So, for example, I know Mr. Bashwood, after January then goes into the land struggling case. When we get to February, I'm in on compulsory purchase case. Now, we can find a day or two here, but if we're then the entire topic, we're creating problems for ourselves.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it? I mean, if we just have noise next week and everything is the week after, I mean, I am happy to do the Monday in January, Monday afternoon. But obviously I need to make sure everyone else can do that as well. I know that was on the timetable anyway, which will help a little bit. But yes, there is this risk of not getting through all the planning stuff. When I haven't got a printer in my hotel, so I like scrolling my mathematics out. I roughly think, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I think we probably, if we do need to find extra days, it'll be 2 to 3 at the most, rather than a full week. And I don't know whether that makes anything easier. And we could have reserve days, but they are reserved, and we can try a Herculean effort to get it all in January. But if not, we've got reserve days to be used. And I mean, if I stated obviously my preference for having closings already, but if they have to be in writing, then so be it, or we can fit them in virtually on a Monday when people aren't sitting in the room or something. So,
I think the original proposal, which was on the 6 week, then forecasting socioeconomics, then planning, was on the basis that it all was completed in that third.
yes.
Obviously, it is possible. I think if we were going to do that, we should aim, therefore, to do that, and that the reserve days should be reserved.
Reserve, yes. Not we'll fill them at our leisure.
We should be trying to complete that week. As I said, the best in the world of estimates, things can go slightly longer than you can wish or anticipate, but I think as long as people can be flexible about that, then okay, we could try and do that. It would be a pretty busy week, but if that is to be preferred, then trying to use some more time next week. So,
If I could have a paper copy of the timetable, and I'll do some scrolling and stuff over the lunch break. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could do 9:30 opening in January as well, which would help without tiring us all out. I mean, Mr. Humphries did say about, your witness, if they were brought forward, it is socio-economics, it's slightly different. How would you feel about that? Is it still a preference for January?
I mean, I think there is still a preference for January, just in terms of, also, first because while we're obviously not dealing with forecasting to the extent that Dr. Smith is dealing with forecasting, there is an element of interplay on the forecasting around business passenger numbers that Dr. Chapman's evidence includes. And also just again, there's a preference for not splitting the evidence on either socioeconomics or forecasting, hearing it together. But in terms of a hard copy, we can get that to you at lunchtime.
Okay, let me just have a think, and I'll make a definitive decision by close of today, so we know what we're doing in fairness to everyone. And I think if people can just be looking at their diaries and looking at 2 to 3 days as reserve, and we just see if there is any possibility and stars align that all our diaries can find something like that as well. And that will help me just make the decision as well, so that'll be helpful, thank you. Okay. I think that's all my procedural points. I've got some comments to make about conditions, but before we start, are there any other procedural matters to raise at this stage? No. Good, I've not missed anything. Okay, so we'll start then this morning with conditions. So, as I said in my opening, I will need to report on these to the Secretary of State, and therefore it's important we have a discussion about them, but it does not mean I may go, oh no, stop. I'm very sorry. I'll stop the condition session. We've got the interested party here. I do apologise, it's lots going on in my house. So do you want to come up to the table?
Thank you.
You can find the microphone if you don't want to shout too much, or if you're happy just to speak.
I'm quite happy to speak, but if you could let me know if you can't hear me, I'm quite happy to. Yeah, I'm quite happy.
I do apologise. So can you just introduce yourself to the inquiry?
My name is Natasha Hart. I'm a CEO and founder of NASA, Newham All-Star Sports Academy. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I just want to start with NASA started in life. NASA started back in 2005 with my two sons. I just used to take them to Baden Park. I don't know if you're familiar with the area, it's around Gloucester area. So I used to take them to Baden Park to play basketball, to teach them the game of basketball. After 2 to 3 weeks, I didn't realize my sons were telling their friends, come over, my mom is training, my mom is teaching, come over, come over. And after 2 to 3 weeks, there was 30 or 40 running with my two. And several weeks later, all the parents wanted to know, where's my child going? And young people, you know, after training for so many weeks, start asking, Coach, why don't we give ourselves a name? And over the picnic in the park, somebody said, we live in Newham. In the park, there's a golf course, there is open space, you can play different sports. So sports came to the picture, and you know, young people, always the all-stars, and club was everywhere. So somebody introduced the word academy. So when we put it all together, you know, All-Star Sports Academy sound quite right. And over the picnic in the park, NASA was born back in 2005 with the help of local authority. In 2006, NASA incorporated as a charity and started delivering basketball extracurricular activity across London Borough of Newham. We covered the whole partnership for, at them times, there was a Cumberland School Sports Partnership that covered 35 schools, primary and secondary. I didn't realize there's so much need, and I didn't realize it wasn't just so much need, it's huge need for young people to belong to something and, you know, to go and play regular sport. In 2007, we entered a first national league team, and we were down by 20 points at the half-time. Then I never went in the changing room, in the men's changing room ever in my life. I had to go and give him a speech of my life, you know, because I was really, I am very competitive. So we beat Brentford by 4 points, and we brought the first national trophy back to London Borough of Newham. Now NASA operates in London Borough of Newham, Tower Hamlets, Redbridge, Hackney, Leighton. Well, we cover some of the primary and secondary schools across East London. Particularly in the London Borough of Newham, we are in 25 schools, 15 secondary and 6 primary. We also work in, with colleges and the university. NASA based at the University of East London, Spotsdale, which is an Acton area. And we moved in University of East London, Beckton campus back in 2012. And we have a partnership agreement with the University of East London, 21-year partnership agreement. We signed in 2012, and that's how we have a home and the sustainability. Let me just check my notes. So NASA runs several projects. One of the important one, I believe, is a Carrier Basketball Not Blade that was launched with Stephen Timms back in 2008, and Umesh Desai. One of our friends of a player was stabbed to death while he was playing basketball. And instead of picking a knife and going for the revenge, he set up this campaign in memory of his friend. We just celebrated, well, just in July, we celebrated 15-year anniversary of this campaign at the Mayor of London office, where we had over 130 attendances, young people sharing their life stories. Some even made it to Oxford, some people gone to the USA, some, you know. But for the past 15 years, NASA helped and saved 100,000 lives. So, Carrier Basketball Not Blade primary school campaign alone, reaching out to 3,000 young people per year. So this campaign is supported by Stephen Timms, supported by a lot of local stakeholders such as Tate & Lyle, Excel, and London City Airport. And the London City Airport, we began the relationship back in 2007, so it was quite a long time ago. And it's not only a financial contribution, it's also giving jobs to the parents, helping with apprenticeships, selecting young people for the competitions, doing the school competitions, helping with, you know, various tasks for young people that they can be busy and involved. And also the Royal Victoria Docks Park hoops was actually being done by the London City Airport, and we do a lot of work. I mean, we do a lot of work across the borough, regardless, but that giving us an opportunity to reach out to more young people throughout the year, because we don't stop for Christmas, we don't stop for summer. We run throughout the year. We train at the University of East London Spotsdale campus, Monday to Saturday, and Saturday, Sunday we play games, national league games, so we travel around the country. So I attended several meetings when London City Airport presented their proposal. And what was interesting to me, forgive me, I don't understand technical terms, so I believe London Pre-Shayway promised to make quieter planes, or planes that don't make so much noise. So that was really interested me. So I did ask a couple of questions, wanted to learn about it, but I do not know the technical terms, so please forgive me. So the plane will be quieter. So then I thought, yeah, why not? More jobs, more operating hours, 1 till 6, that what that could bring to the local community. So, but not only that, if they're successful, they will bring a huge investment into the community, which is 380,000 per year, I believe. 10 years, 3.8 million. That is huge investment into the community. Not only NASA, so many projects working with young people, vulnerable adults, and everyone else would definitely benefit from that investment. That's why we support the London City Airport proposal.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? No? Do you have any questions? No, just a question from me. We've had lots of interested parties come on Tuesday, and I've had lots of written correspondence. And some of the sports groups have actually objected to the proposal in regard of the noise issues and not being able to play sport in some quiet and peaceful surroundings that you can get at the weekend. Do you have that concern? Does the playing noise affect the basketball and the work that you do as part of NASA?
Not at all. Absolutely not. Since 2012, we deliver 11 different sports. So basketball is the main one. I used to play, my mom used to play. So the boy that I took to the Baylam Park now plays for Great Britain. So no, not at all. There is no noise. We train, again, just to remind everyone, we train Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday, Sunday we play games at Beckton campus, UEL Sports Dome. So you're quite welcome to visit. And this is extracurricular activity. We also have the morning sessions, and we also run the holiday camps 10 till 4.
All right, that's really helpful. Thank you for your time today. I do apologise again.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day.
Thank you. Okay. So on to conditions. So, as I half started to say, need to report them to the Secretary of State, and therefore it's important we discuss them, but it doesn't mean I've made up my mind in any way. It doesn't prejudice the council will have as case to be involved in these discussions either. Because this is a section 73 an application, were planning permission to be granted for the proposals, it wouldn't amend the existing. The effect would be a new permission would be created, so you'd have the existing permission there and you'd have the new one, should that be the case. Therefore, it's not just a case of amending the conditions disputed, but actually having a full planning permission that covers everything it needs to, so that other things aren't affected. And yes, the planning practice guidance, any relevant conditions should be reimposed as well. I will caveat today by saying, because we were out on site most of yesterday, because we've had to change the timetable of the programming, this is not going to be a sort of polished session that I like, just because I haven't had as much time to prepare as I would like. I did give some initial thoughts in an email that I sent yesterday morning, which I hope were helpful. I hope the first of you've seen them. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's the first hurdle. And just a note, just to say, it's important to spend time on these to get them right. I'm very well aware that conditions are fertile ground for complaints and challenges. So I tend to be fairly forensic in looking at them, but it's a good reason to. And it's important we're all discussion. If I just find the email I sent yesterday. Right. Oh, so, I mean, hopefully, and I know, you know, we were busy yesterday and hopefully you were as well, so I'm not expecting a brand new set of conditions to be different to me after intense negotiation yesterday or anything, but I just thought that they were kind of my original questions and thoughts on it. I think the first thing to say is just make sure we're all working to the same set, because that's probably open as well. So, I've got the set date of 29th of November 2023. Is that the set everyone else is working to?
Yes, ma'am. I think we assume that the set that is being worked to is CD 11.3.3 and CD 11.3.4, which is the comparison. That's one of the reasons why we asked that they were posted on the inquiry website to make sure that we will be working on the same version. Those are dated 29th.
They're the ones, well, I've got a printout of the original tabular set and the new set, so I'm just using the set for the existing conditions for clarity because it's quite useful. So that's
are
good.
you working from, sorry, are you working from this, the comparison?
I've got the older version of that, so I used the table of that as the new one.
Oh, right.
So, just to make life really complicated. They're not having a printer here, so that's fine, as long as we're all working to the same set. And I think, I mean, the first thing is, obviously it's an appeal against the condition section 73. I think the description of development is as agreed in the statement of common ground, and there's the Finney judgment, which looked at the original consent, but I don't think that's an issue here in terms of parties. Brilliant. Great, okay. So if we go through it, we'll get quicker because I think a lot of the themes are repeated. So various time on the first few, but it will get quicker because I appreciate it's 99 to get through. I'm going to have a break quite close past 11, but we'll stop when it's a sensible time. Okay, so the first condition, and I raised this one as a issue, so time limit condition. So as written, development should begin not later than 3 years from the 6th of July 2016. That we're already out of time with that.
And I think the answer is, and I should add, hoping today that Mr. Bashford, Mr. Hallion on conditions and Mr. Field on section 6 will do most of the speaking, but we have discussed this. I think the issue here is probably the way in which the word development has been defined, and that's in the 11.3.3 version, so the comparison version right at the end. And I think if we made it clearer that the word development means in effect we will come up with more words, but the original CADAP development as varied by any subsequent applications and as varied by this, then that would make it clear that CADAP includes the original physical development. The original physical development did begin before 26th of July 2016. We wondered if that might solve the problem, because obviously we're only changing the conditions of the physical development that started.
Yeah, the council had any thoughts on that one. It's a really weird bit of this sort of section 73 stuff, so it's an oddity.
It is a bit of a legal oddity. And I think we're very much in agreement with the airport, consulted them previously and yesterday on points of view and case law of Hill. And we agree that the 2016 Habit 1 permission has been implemented, and that legally should be 3 years from that. And if you'd like to hear from those instructing development manager, James or Liam, they might well explain a little bit more about that. James, do you think you might explain the use of that kind of condition in the
So we have consistently had Section 73 applications that have gone beyond the 3 years. Whenever faced with that situation, because of our awareness that you can't extend the time frame to a Section 73 application, for example, if the permission was granted 1st of January 2016, our condition number 1 on the new Section 73 application will say 1st of January 2019, the development shall intensify. And for the purposes of our interpretation, enforcement, seal, etc., it is deemed that it is commenced at the sooner the point we issue the decision notice, the applicant confirms that it's implemented, that the permission hasn't lapsed in any way. If the applicant hasn't confirmed to us that they've implemented within 3 years of the issue of the Section 73, then at the time we would make a decision as to whether that's lapsed, but that's never occurred.
We did think when we read the case of Hill that it's quite an old one, specifically related to outline plus reserve matters, whereas this is slightly more nuanced, being a 73.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sort of, I'm not in the program. Don't like throwing case law out there. It's just I was scratching my head over this one. As inspectors, we have but we have sort of resources to help us, and I mean, it was just an example from Section 73 case, the Hill case, which is 2005, so it's an old case, but illustrates the type of issues that arise if the time limit condition isn't carefully considered. I think, yeah, I mean, the date had already passed and permission could not be begun with the consideration of the disputed conditions rather academic. Just reading from our stuff here, but I mean, one of the things, does it need a time limit condition? You know, there's a pragmatic thing.
Well, we did discuss that yesterday.
Yeah.
I think, from our perspective, I think the 2 points really. One is it's not changing the time limit. That's the important thing, because it's just recording what's actually passed. So that's helpful, just as a kind of message in time. The second point is it's very different from Hill, because that wasn't necessarily changing the time limit, but it was because it was reserved matters effectively allowed the applicant in that case to actually sort of submit reserved matters when that time had passed. So it's very different, if you like. So I think it's helpful to have that piece in time, but it is what it is, if you like, in terms of that has happened. As long as the description of development relates to that condition as modified by, that's the important thing. That makes sense.
Well, I think if you can sort of just table the revised wording, and I'll go away and have a think. I mean, as again, these things evolve. If I have another thing that I'm still not happy, I will come back to you about it. But it is a really strange one. So, yeah.
Well, I was just going to say there is also the point that there is an argument that if the original development has been started, is it necessary to impose a time limit condition if the development that's been started is the same as that for which we would be recommending approval, if we were to recommend approval? Is a time limit condition necessary at all?
I think that's perhaps what we talked to yesterday as well. I think we might have to have a discussion, put our heads together.
I think our view is that you would still need to impose time limit, because otherwise you may have the deeming provision in the Act take effect, which would be to grant deeming 3 years from the grant of the new planning permission. Section 19 is one. Check the actual section of it, but there is a deeming provision in the Act which says that if a permission is silent on time limit, to develop the time limits, it deems it to be 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have a think on this one. I appreciate it. I've never ever debated a time condition in my review, or it's a real oddity. have any comments on that. What are you feeling, Truth?
Message is to take
You better stay well out of it. Okay, all right, well, yeah, I'm in your hands on that, but if you can sort of come up with some wording, some justification of what we've discussed, and have a think about that, so just scratch my head. Okay, the second one, so approve drawings and documents. So there's some listed, there's some now crossed out actually from the first set, because I actually was wondering why the environmental statement from the original consent is still listed. Are all these documents relevant for this particular permission? It's just my broad question on that. We've obviously looked at it.
What we have, and what we effectively done is carry over what was sort of listed that condition from the past, will be updated, because clearly there are more up-to-date versions of those documents. But we often have to debate inquiries in terms of whether you really need to incorporate some of these documents, because they're effectively supporting documents, aren't they? So is a planning statement really something you need to enshrine within the permission? Again, we just carry on for sort of purposes of consistency, if you like, but I do wonder that particularly, because obviously, and again, same for the sustainability statement, you look at condition 61, which we'll come on to, that's effectively specifically
it's something
designated.
I come across quite often, and I quite often cast them out, because a lot of the time you end up double counting, and then actually for enforcement, or it makes things a bit more nightmare, because you've got a condition that's sort of requiring more information in broad accordance with this document, but then this one says it must be. It can pull away from each other a bit.
I think we're very willing to be flexible, but I think in terms of consistency, in 2016 when we did this, we put all of the relevant documents in, because the operation of the planning commission and the 106 and conditions other things becomes a bit of an operative nightmare. So if they're there, then they it's
I mean, yeah, obviously we've got the 2016 permission, and these conditions, I wasn't there, I was on the work for inspector then, they were all analysed and discussed at that point. I'm not trying to go beneath those conditions at all. I mean, things have moved on. There's much more pressure nowadays to have less conditions, least as possible, more streamlined conditions without new information. So we don't have to feel that we have to be completely in line with the as time has moved on. That's not to say that permission and the inspector and secretary were wrong, it's just process has changed. So I don't feel that we need to be tied over to that, but if there's good reason it needs tests of necessity, then that's fine for it to be there. Maybe we can just have a think about that one.
It's perhaps the only one I've got a strong opinion on is the benefits of mitigation statement, because when he submitted that, it was effectively setting out heads and terms of the 106 and some of the conditions which have obviously been provided in the draft 106, which we've come to this afternoon. So there's the only one there where there's possibly some inconsistency, because obviously we've done with discussions with the London Borough Union as well. So that's in one of for consistency, but to be that should be my approach, but that's the one where I probably would say that's probably worth deleting.
And often, instead of having an approved documents list, you can have a different condition. Say if there's a condition for highways and we talk about the transport statement, I'm not saying that's relevant here, you talk about it in that instead. So it's there, but it's not double counted. So I think keep that in mind.
And I do think that we can come on to condition 3, the environmental statement is important. I think that is where most of the things where say we're going to do things and mitigation, that is important to make sure that's the conditions. That covers most of the things on
Yeah, okay, we're moving on nicely then to delivery. So yeah, environmental statement in accordance with environmental standard mitigation measures, environmental recommendations, and that ties to the updated environmental statement. Revisions February 2016 as approved, and then the new one as part of this new application. I didn't have anything specific. Is the original environmental statement still wholly relevant here, or does the new environmental statement completely just supersede it anyway? Do we need to mention
The
it?
two need to be read together, and that's important.
Right,
So
yeah.
it will, as modified by the new one, so as long as you read them both together, that should.
That's why I just sort of asking the questions to make sure. Okay, condition 4 then, construction phasing plan. So the original condition was no development should be commenced, so it's pre-commencement condition until the construction phasing plan, provided the construction phasing orders commenced approved in writing. The details should be therefore carried out in accordance with that thereafter. Obviously, that's all been worked on, it's been developed, so conditions had to change, has to anyway. But I think my comment, and this goes through a lot of them, you reference the approved construction phasing plan, and there's a reference number there, issue that's the discharge of condition reference, I don't think we have that document. I can just see questions from the Secretary of State, maybe not for a construction phasing plan, because some of the other nitty-gritty stuff, we need to be consistent. And that isn't a document before me in the inquiry or the Secretary of State. And, obviously the council look at that, you've got the records and the number, but we don't have that and can't easily find it. So it's a precision issue. Again, I don't think a construction phasing plan is ever not really going to cause us any issues, but for some of the other conditions later on,
So
there might be.
would you like, therefore, copies of approvals? There are a lot of them.
Well, this is the issue. Suddenly we have a lot of.
I think the problem is that if we don't have copies of them, how can we be sure that?
No, it's not a problem.
I think,
I mean, I wonder if we can just list, I think we might need maybe an additional section on the core documents which lists these specific conditions documents, but I wonder in the condition if we can actually reference the name of the construction phasing plan dated June 19, whatever that is, so there's actually a document tied to rather than a reference number, and then we can have a document additional chapter just with those probably as well, so it's a bit more logical. Does that work?
we'll give it some thought. I think as we go through them, I think it's going to make a very good point in terms of you haven't seen those. As we're going to go through a lot of them, what we'll find it's been approved, if you like. There is a mechanism to update that, if you like. So again, it's not. As you get if this permission is approved, then you've got to actually submit more details. So it's not as if you like, you're told something you haven't seen, that you still want to submit more details pursuant to it. So I think that's, again, we'll go through the individual conditions, but hopefully that means you haven't got to see everything. Because
yeah, I mean, some of them I will want to sort of have a detailed look at just to see if there's any conflict. But I mean, the things like construction phasing haven't been inspected, we want to ensure that we're not, it's the council's job to look at the detail.
I know that.
contamination as well.
I mean, the other thing with this, just on the point that you made there, so this talks about, the approved construction phasing plan or a revised one, that's fine. But then the other condition, the approved condition, therefore, thereafter the development shall only be carried out in accordance with the approved construction phasing plan. That's gone from this. There isn't actually anything to ensure implementation. I think that needs to be in there. I don't know if it's missing, it's probably just that conditional. There might be a couple of others, but let's just make sure we're consistent. There we are, forensic conditions. Okay, number 5 then, long-term development. And again, I just threw a little comment in there yesterday about is still wholly necessary and more business.
It is, you'll see that tomorrow when you go on site. So the development's partially half-built basically, I think that's the key point. So effectively you've got the deck for buildings and everything else, the buildings haven't been built yet. So actually it's important out there, so I thought you would be very consistent to what any choice look at this.
Will it run staff level?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, it's just I wasn't, I know it's on the plans and in detail somewhere, but it's, just never quite sure, and if something's being built, you don't need to reference that anymore, but yeah. That's fine. Okay, noise barrier phasing. So again, it's this issue of referring to details that previously been discharged that for us, we're comfortable with the approach to that. Does that need to change given we're looking at an extension of noise operating activities and things like that, or does that one still hold?
I think that solely relates to Paddock 1 and the noise mitigation you offered previously. The future noise mitigation relates to these.
So are you saying it's not actually necessary on this permission?
I think it's heated over, isn't it? You have to have all the heating conditions from Paddock 1 to 73.
So you repeated relevant conditions, so if it's not relevant, then you don't have to have it.
Well, for maybe given that the buildings haven't yet been completed, there are provisions in that condition to allow for temporary type noise barriers whilst construction is completed, particularly on the eastern pier, which we'll see tomorrow, so I believe it's still to be relevant given that we haven't completed.
Right, okay, yeah, I don't want to, I'm not trying to say this is going to strip everything out, so everything, it's just making sure that they are necessary.
From a point of view, condition wording, just so the condition multitude of them are kind of condition 38 sort of thing. But if you have a different proposal, that just make my life a bit more difficult in terms of.
I know it's going to make life monitoring difficult, but
I think the problem is that in terms of it being section 73, you either get everything back in, or and you basically say as a decision maker, I've not got the information before me, therefore I'm going to repeat everything, and there can be justification to do that, but then all the conditions would basically just be duplicated. Or you have to go through the conditions and make that decision as to whether they meet the tests, which might mean that some therefore are no longer relevant. So unfortunately, I appreciate it's with administration.
Because the other thing, you might have extra ones as well.
Yeah.
So
I think it's even more difficult that they're very much in the early days and part of the way through the build.
yeah, it's head scratching.
Suggest something.
Yeah.
To assist with our monitoring officers' preference of the consistency of condition numbering. If the inspector was minded to delete a particular condition, would it be okay to say, for example, condition 38, and then just a sentence next to it, this has now been deleted, and then condition 39 would be, but just as we're reading through, we can see condition 38, this has now been deleted. So it isn't actually a condition for you to read, but in terms of the numbering, it follows that format.
We debated this as well, and we completely understand, because obviously we've got to submit pursuant and work with the council as well to discharge these. There's two approaches. One is you could delete it and then conformity, then that sort of thing, if you like, in brackets, so there's that consistency. Or, as the council say, you can effectively just put a whole thing down, possibly using informative to say that this has been discharged. So, again, I don't think there's wrong and right answers, but I suspect it's the first one for most.
You don't use informative.
I know. So,
I can do what's I want. Obviously, if the recommendation were to go for the airport, the Secretary of State would actually do the conditions, so whether that would go. I'll have a think about this. It might be, if there's agreement about that approach just in terms of monitoring, it would be helpful if I can have a paper near the end of the inquiry, just saying, can we have this? And then I can signpost that to the Secretary of State so they know what to do. It's all why they got these random numbers. I'll have a think though, but I do take the point. It's difficult, isn't it?
I think it's one of those situations where you'd have a whole new commission, so whereas everybody that was involved to understand why possibly condition 39 had nothing next to it, somebody having to that much of the thinking, where on earth is condition 39 got?
But that's why the formally might help in terms of that continuity, if you like. So at least you could see that it was previously called that, and if you looked at the planning register.
I think, I mean, if that's something that councils agree on, we'll have a think, but I think we will be sort of things to the
I
second
think
stage,
it
just
needs
to it is,
You
yeah.
could come up with a joint position on it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, restrictions on use, didn't have any particular comments on that one, really. Number 8, aircraft maintenance and repair. So obviously this is the one where the old position specifies 6:30 till 12:30 on Saturday. That would be amended to 6:30 on Saturday evening instead. Yeah, there's just, but it's all such activity outside the specified hours set out of causing noise or audible, the airport manager reports to the local planning authority within 24 hours of occurrence. It was just a question, because we've had there's been representations made about, well, you know, the local authority don't enforce when the breaches are made anyway, so it was just a clarification of my information, you know, what do you do with that information when that's reported to you within 24 hours? If that, I mean, it might not occur, I don't know, but.
I mean, I would keep a log of it and it's engaging with the airport to determine if something's falling in the breach or not. I mean, there isn't like a public register as such, but and then we do an annual performance report every year, where we basically report compliance.
So it goes into your annual monitoring?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a query, because I know that there have been some local concern about breaches, etc.
I think it's worth making the point, with this, that the airport's only aware of very, very few handful.
Yeah, we're not saying it's a media or anything.
Well, year, I think that's only we're aware of. I don't know, science figures, apparently it's very, very small.
Presumably it's broken down planes, isn't it? For it to be an exceptional circumstance or something that causes that level of noise.
But I think previously we looked at the level of the breach as well, like I agree, and of course it's at the discretion of the authority to take enforcement action.
Yes, but this gives you that data to do. So, okay, it was just sort of a question as to Okay, number 9 then, restrictions on development design code. So again, it's this issue, design code being approved under 2017, looking at this. Obviously, if the buildings aren't there, then that's still relevant.
So this was one that was subject to discussion at the previous inquiry 2016. And it gives the council some comfort that when we are taking forward permitted development on site, as is fairly regular given the nature of our operation, that those facilities, if they were going to be permanent, would follow a design code such that the aesthetic is of the same or at least similar to the proposed development in general, which was something we agreed at the time, submitted to the authority. And now if we are taking forward anything on site that is permitted development, we provide a statement of conformity with that design code to give the council that comfort.
That's your
No, we
yeah,
don't do that.
yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Restrictions on development in terms of hard surfaces.
Shall I explain this, because it's probably a little
Yeah,
bit hard to understand without showing the purpose of this. So, and this is probably one way you do need to see the approved plan on this. This is actually listed as a proposed plan, so it references CD 6936. And if that's possible to bring up, then why not?
Do you want me to get it?
If it's there, I'm happy just to see it, because if again, it's just worth explaining, because it's actually related to my condition.
Just bear with me, I'm on the Wi-Fi.
That's one of the CDs, so the 1.69 is on the CDs, that's the folder, and then you go into it and move on.
That's the end of it. Ninety megabytes. Halfway through.
Sorry, can I just ask for a reference?
Yes, it's 1.69.36.
1.69.
When you go into the CD folder, there's a folder of drawings, and that's what it's.
It's nice that there's not just a view of the back of our heads. Runway length, so just a straight copy across. Is it PUD to it? Is it, I mean, what's the sort of necessity of this condition, just out of interest?
I think it was originally, you do have and to control that, but also that it did increase the length of any of the types of aircraft twice down.
It should, in effect, sort of types of aircraft.
Yeah, I'm not going to start getting A380s. Quite some piloting, I think that. Okay. And then 14 aircraft. No, it's helicopters. That, again, that's a straight link. Still relevant. That. The Avro RJ, which is not an aircraft type I'm particularly familiar with, so you want to explain
That was a historic issue with respect to an aircraft that used to operate in the city area that doesn't currently operate with turboprop. And at that time, in the lead up to the inquiry, there was issues around its compliance with various noise limitations at the airport. And this condition was to prohibit aircraft from operating on the terminal at the airport. It has since been replaced by the aircraft noise categorization system, which will come on to, which describes what can and cannot operate at the airport. This was at the time deemed appropriate, given the ongoing compliance issue.
I mean, is it still strictly necessary? If we've got another condition that would effectively ensure that that type of aircraft would be.
Probably again, because I'm not sure it could operate.
Yeah, so do we still need it? I mean, obviously technology moves on, and 2016, I think but do we strictly need that now?
I don't believe so.
There was a specific issue with the Swiss operator who used to operate this aircraft, and it was
Which, and I can understand you wouldn't necessarily want to lose some of the controls, but if it bites under another condition, do we need this?
There's no necessity, is there? So,
yeah. I'm happy to sort of remove that one and we'll sort the numbering issue out.
I'd like to just check if I'm not
Yeah, I mean, this is an early chat because we need to do this, but if we want to check the noise witnesses from all sides, I'm happy with that. But I just wonder whether this one now meets the test of necessity just due to the passage of time. And then so 16 relates to planning effectively recreational landing clubs. Which I didn't have particular comments on that. Any comments made?
I think it's already not wanted that type of operation at the airport.
That's an ongoing suggesting. Okay. Fine. 17 aircraft taking off and land times. Again, there's some disputed conditions. It's dated Saturday, and the maximum of 12 additional arriving aircraft in the British summer time as well. The British summertime, we had condition before. Oh no, that's fine, sorry. Yeah, I mean, it just reflects the nature of what we're here to debate this on, so I don't have any particular comment on that one, if anyone else has. 18, aircraft noise categorisation scheme. So again, you've got a scheme that has been approved previously as part of discharge condition. Is that still relevant, given this is a noise, airport noise issues are potentially changing?
Yeah, I think it is, I mean, it's condition 19. Needs to be reviewed. So it's kind of like a tool that's used when there are
What that did initially, two things. It was introduced as part of this permission that replaced an old noise factoring scheme. It was agreed between the parties, the principal at least at the time. And what it does, it firstly determines which aircraft are permitted to operate at the airport, and secondly then define the quota count classification system for those aircraft, essentially governing what noise can be created by the airport, and that's subject to an annual reporting mechanism as well. And it essentially does what the other nighttime schemes do for the UK airports, but applies to daytime noise at London City Airport. I believe at the time it was introduced, it was the first of its kind in the UK. And that's been through a number of reviews since implementation, and subject to ongoing review to allocate certain quota counts towards aircraft, work within an annual budget in addition to the other controls.
So that is one category easily to see that in terms of what it does. Again, if you look, you have to read condition 19, which says that we updated as well. So again, that goes as a supply to legal proposals rather than just makes it very control of the moment, but that will review periodically as well. So
it was one of the conditions of the original PADA inquiry that was on the table was very keen on the support of the, I think, the original noise factor scheme. This was an updating and replacement of it, and it works in parallel with the contour PADA. So there are a whole series of perceived noise levels at 1 dB gaps, and then each of those is given a quota count score from 2 to a fraction of 1, and then you get an overall budget for the year, and that's one of the things that helps to ensure that the noise at the airport remains as anticipated, and it's using this way as been explained as a mechanism for its 5-yearly review so that the budget can be brought down. So it's tempting to look at the contours and think that that is the control of noise. No, there is this parallel system that also controls.
These will actually talk about flexibility as well. Yeah.
Yes, I mean possibly not much of the document on this we've seen some of that with pages. It's a very detailed mechanism. They have these things, but I don't think the council or indeed we are arguing that you don't need this.
No.
What it also does is it ensures that no noise or aircraft occur in the future. So it's safety also.
Any comments on?
No, I think we agree this is very well.
I mean, one thing I did notice, so the original condition 18 sort of sets out what the aircraft noise categorization scheme should include, and this has been stripped out. But I mean, I guess that's just because it was so normal to do, but now it's known as being, you don't need to specify
It
it.
was new because it was a replacement of the noise backup movements scheme, which was the old scheme which had run for many years.
Yeah.
I think the move to data came in part from new and the fact that these QC counts, as they were called, so these now
QC, not a QC, because it's just, how many QCs. So the QC count is the photo count system is used for 9 points at a number of the areas that's operated through DFT. As Alice explained, I think certainly at the time, I think it's still the case that this is the only country that uses this and has imported it to the common office during the days as well.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Okay, so yeah, I mean 19, again, we've covered that, so that's fine. 20 then, Louise factored the
Yes, it was the one for conditions that we decided to be online.
Do you want to take me through that one?
In short, it was the previous mechanism for applying closed control in the airport through a noise factor aircraft movement scheme. Those conditions that were drafted on the premise that the ANCS was approved and implemented to replace the whole scheme, and therefore it falls away. So our view would be that conditions satisfied upon the implementation of conditions 18 and 19.
So is this less, does this meet the
No,
test?
no.
So, I mean, I think, you don't need to don't need to be scared about not including every condition. It's perfectly legitimate to do that, so.
Also, our noise experts have confirmed that the advert RJ will have a condition.
Okay, obviously listening on the live stream. Okay. All right, just conscious it's 25 past 11, so let's have a pause there and have a 20-minute comfort break. So we'll come back at 12 and carry on with condition 21 as number 9. Okay, welcome back. Just a point, I think we're quite hard to hear at points on the live stream, so can speak up or perhaps use a microphone just so those that aren't here in the room with us can hear. And apologies for those who are watching us on live stream
So
as
this is
well.
the mic here.
That's the mic, we have got the roving mics if you want to use them as well.
The tendency is to talk to you, which of course for us is away from.
Yeah, I mean, you can just talk, you know, I won't be rude if you just do that. Could do, yeah, that'll help. Yeah, we've got the roving ones.
Go straight this.
I understand that those microphones don't actually feed into the screen.
Oh, do
Those
they not?
microphones project
Yeah.
through the speakers on the wall.
But then-
So it's just sound, everyone in the room can hear everyone better with the microphone. Like it doesn't necessarily make it easier this time.
We'll just have to use our outdoor voices. Okay, so we broke just before, we've done condition 20, so we're on to condition 21, maximum permitted noise factored aircraft.
That just gets with the
I was
last.
going to say that's probably a really rubbish time for me to break that, actually, because so that one goes as well, it's not necessary anymore. Okay. In condition 22, maximum permitted actual aircraft movements per hour as timetabled. I mean, that's a legacy condition, but I think it's still very relevant to me, unless there's any comments. Nope, okay. Condition 23, the maximum permitted actual aircraft movements, and obviously this one is updated to reflect the proposed changes to the Saturdays. So we've gone from the existing condition of the 2016 permission, it's 100 per day on Saturdays. This is increased to 230 per day on a Saturday. I think that's the only change. So it's still 111,000 flights per calendar year, but just these distributed differently.
We wonder, we mentioned it earlier, there's the Hackney's comments on conditions, and this may be an appropriate point to actually discuss that, because we've taken into account that possibly we could sort of make a change to this condition to incorporate that suggestion. So
We might need to move the mic back down towards you.
So actually, my opinion was really from, I wanted to suggest something similar, but rather than suggest, essentially the concern about them is that the new Saturday, if permitted, the new Saturday afternoon hours might very quickly become the busiest hours of the week if they're particularly popular. So the condition that we initially suggested was the idea that in the new Saturday operating hours, no more aircraft would be flown than the average for the preceding weekdays. But I appreciate that that can be quite a lot of admin, therefore. So an alternative that has just come through from my clients was that perhaps there could be something in the condition about the maximum flights per hour during the new operating hours to make sure that it's not suddenly going to be going up to a maximum of 45 every hour on Saturday afternoon at the expense of weekday slots.
yes, I mean, there's probably 2 points. I think one is we were, if you look at A, if you like, and that's the one that's controlling the Saturdays, we were wondering if there's something that could perhaps control the number of movements on the morning and an afternoon. So, 130 in the morning, 130 afternoon, because one of the things that.
With an overall cap.
With an overall cap, yes.
Yes, so within the cap, but actually it makes it a bit more specific, so you're not having the bulk of the traffic on Saturday afternoon.
Yes, right. And I think that was, which is a fair point, I think that academics have raised, but that's the right up, we could look at that in terms of.
If it was 130 during those extra hours, that would be, because the number of hours is a lot less than the 45 per hour, which is the maximum movements per hour.
Okay.
So it would obviously be therefore less, which I think is the objective, less than what would be permitted on the
Does the council have any comments on that being incorporated? Sensible. Yeah, I'm more than happy for that. I think that's a good pragmatic approach. So if you can get your heads together.
Well, our proposal was that it would be the hours before 12:30, 130, the hours after 12:30, 130, but with an overall cap of 230. In other words, the 130 and 130 doesn't allow you to fly 260. It just means that you could have slightly more in the
There's a
morning,
bit of flexibility.
slightly less, and that's used elsewhere.
Mm. 24 maximum permitted actual aircraft movement on other bank holidays. I don't have any comment on that. Yeah, I think that's fairly straightforward. 25 maximum permitted actual aircraft movement limit between 6:30 in the morning and 6:59 in the morning, Monday to Saturdays. So that's an increase. So the existing condition is not exceeding 6. This condition is part of the disputed conditions, not exceeding 9. So it's an increase of 3.
I mean, I think that's just a disputed.
I mean, that's the kind of number of what we're here for, isn't it? So but the condition does what the condition would need to do. It's just obviously notwithstanding your respective commission positions. Yeah.
And it sort of works with condition 26 as well.
Yes, so that one's, so that they cross-reference each other, don't they?
Because that's the number between 6:30 and 6:45, which shall not exceed 4.
Yeah, and that's changed from the existing from 2. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that will be discussed next week. We've done this, so. Okay. 27, Christmas Day closure, again, a straightforward lift, and it's still relevant to the operation, so no comments on that. Temporary noise monitoring strategy. I was a bit confused by this. So, I mean, it's obviously a copy from the existing permission, and it references a 2009 strategy until the NOMS. And I wasn't sure what the NOMS was. It's an acronym. We missed that.
Monitoring mitigation strategy, which is.
Okay, so it is right.
It's again another document.
Yeah, because obviously I haven't seen that, and I just thought, well, hang on, this is, the 2009 documents still referring to. Have we not got an update to that in all this time? Is this actually still needed and relevant?
So Madam, our view on that is that the noise management mitigation strategy NOMS has superseded the requirement for the temporary noise monitoring strategy. Again, the Commission was granted that hadn't yet been prepared and submitted for agreement, so it was still relevant. With the implementation of the NOMS, the requirement in our legal for 28 falls away, given that's been satisfied.
So that one falls away. Are the council content with that as well? Yeah.
Managing the norms is all about things like track keeping, vital operating procedures and penalties, control of ground noise, various things of that sort.
Yeah, so I think it would be helpful for me to, that would be one for me to
So there was
look
an
at.
original
Yeah.
one, and then there's a 2022 one again, it's one of these ones that gets periodically reviewed.
Yeah, so if we could just, yeah, it's obviously obsolete that one now, isn't it? And then 29, is that the same? That's similar?
Yes, again,
Council agree with that, so yeah. And condition 30, again, that's still,
Same as 28, 29, where we would superseded by the.
yeah. So we just need to reflect the most up-to-date position really with that. And then, yes, so 31, that does then mention the it's the acronym is spelled out there for me, sorry, Miss Blair. But I do need to see that, and I think we just need to be a bit more precise, but we've discussed that. And there is a review mechanism in that.
Sorry, just to be at a sort of like the vantage point when it was reviewing this, it says a norm shall include clearly if you've already won, but perhaps the review of norm or something like that, so it's clear that any subsequent.
Sorry, can you speak up?
Sorry, so just looking at condition 31, it's got the norms includes, if you like, so I'm going through some of those. Clearly it's already been discharged, it has those things in it, but perhaps it still makes sense, I think, to have that in, perhaps if we say the norms review or something like that, to make sure subsequent ones have all of those elements in.
Yeah, I mean, does it need specifying at all? I mean, if it's a fairly well-trodden path that you do every year, does the condition now need to specify? I'm not saying, it's like the other one, isn't it, where we stripped out all the quota count stuff. You know, there's obviously some good working relationship.
There's a difference between the strategy, which is norms, and then the reports under norms.
Yeah.
So it's not only the report in accordance with norms, including those things, but also that on a review of norms, you know, new norms, the new norms also contains those things, and I think that's the reason for having them.
I think they came from the ES, which is why we listed them specifically, but not limited to. So we prefer to keep them.
Prefer to keep them. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. 32, additional noise monitoring terminals. So they're shown on plan P6, or any such alternative or location submitted and approved, and to remain in place and operational. Yeah, I don't have a particular comment on that, it seems fairly straightforward. 33, the noise contour, again, we'll touch on all this next week, no doubt, but in terms of just a condition notwithstanding the concerns of the council and the Rule 6 party, does that do, it's the same caveat in terms of the noise contour strategy and the reference, although actually the document is titled in that one.
Yes. I think you've said a couple of times, as I understand, we'll deal with this next week. We'll talk about the principles of noise and noise impact next week, but the wording of these, we won't discuss.
We're not going to
This
have
is the agreed wording subject to particular comments that may emerge today. But I wasn't intending to cross-examine the noise witnesses on the wording, just the principles.
No, I mean, undoubtedly those sort of conditions are referenced in terms of that. I'm not expecting you to go into some forensic detail on them. But, you know, satisfied that it does what it needs to do should we be in this position.
Yes.
Yes, the restriction's sufficient, but we'll debate that next week. The noise contours.
34, design.
So just to clarify on this, it's coloured blue, which is slightly confusing because it hasn't really changed. The only reason it's blue is because the word development was a lowercase, the reason's changed, so no.
Yeah, the only thing this is really, really pedantic stuff here. Just in terms of logical ordering, can we have the development should be carried out in accordance with approved details after the details should to a scale included? And I know that's really, really pedantic, it's just how my brain works. 35, temporary coaching facilities. I mean, do we need that in terms of if it's covered under the construction phasing plan anyway? Do you need a specific condition for it?
I think the point of this condition was to make sure the temporary facilities were removed. So
you don't get both.
You don't get both. So I think potentially you're right in terms of that phasing plan should show it removed, so you've got to be in accordance with it. But I think it's bells and braces, that's the purpose of it. So I mean, I don't think I have a strong view it could be removed, but
Councillor, what do you think?
I think it's a prohibition and a restriction, so it probably should remain.
It meets the test of necessity. Okay, landscaping. Again, obviously there's been discharge of conditions in the past. Landscaping is not really an issue that is that contentious, but obviously it's important. Just needs, as we've discussed.
We'll provide all of them, any signposts we think are.
Potential, them all together. I just wonder if, the landscaping is here, if it's just a reference, approved, plan number or whatever it is, that rather than just the local authority reference, just for precision. Okay. 37. Dockside areas.
This is to do with definitions and things like that.
That's changed effectively.
It's not changed.
No,
I think it.
Taxi feed is now lowercase and says car parks.
We too can be pretty pedantic.
Okay, 38, plants screening again, it's just the point about the details. I'm not going to go over that one, if you can just amend that. Condition 9, exciting contamination. Again, it's the same point. Just about being clear about the remediation strategy, but I think as a condition is necessary, so particular comments on that. 40, crime prevention strategies, same point. 41, external lighting, again, same point, just with the referencing. 42, passenger terminal opening hours, so they again to reflect the proposals that are before us are slightly amended as well. So airport change, the big change is the airport would be open between 4:30 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night on Saturdays, just to allow the arrivals to disembark and go through the process. No particular comments on that. Okay. Passenger numbers, again, this is one of the dispute, well, it's one that's affected by the permission, so we're changing it from 6.5 million to 9 million. The quarterly report, again, no particular comments on that. Ground power strategy, it's again just the, well, I mean, that again, that actually has got the ground power strategy dated June 2020, so if we could just get a copy of that document now. Use of ground power, on my old version, it was in blue, which said it had changed, but I couldn't see that it had changed, so I just wanted to clarify that, but that's the old conditions version, so I don't know whether that's been picked up anyway.
There's a change to the reason, but I don't think in the material, I don't think it changes conditions. So
it's just the reason that it's changed. Okay, fine. Cute. Mobile ground power units. Yeah, up to and including 30th of June 2021. Gone. So I was unsure why this was in still.
I mean, that up to and including wording, it's kind of a bit of a carryover from before when deeds.
You just speak up so
Sorry.
microphone.
The wording of up to and including 30th of June 2021 is a bit of a carryover from when there were deeds as well. Ground power units to be used too much. I mean, now they're zero emission. They're used.
So is that necessary now then?
Perhaps not.
Condition 44 covers that, isn't it?
Yeah. So we delete. 47, again, the strategy that just needs we can clear a copy of. 48, ground engineering strategy, again, it's a similar point. Cutting through them. Uh, 49, again, I think it's the same, isn't it? Yeah, that's the same comment. 50. That's been amended to reflect the proposed changes in the operating times. I don't think there's anything particularly contentious there other than behaviour due. 51, ground running noise limit. Again, it's the same comments about the documentation and the discharging condition. I'm getting very bored of saying that. 52, annual performance report. It's an exact, that's an exact bring over, but I think that's sensible. Fine. 53, permanent eastern apron extension noise barrier. Again, it's the same way. That's not there, is it? No, it's not there yet.
No, you'll see on your slide list tomorrow, so it hasn't gone, it's at the end of that. So it's not
Right, that condition is still relevant.
Yes.
Okay. 54, retention of all existing noise barriers. Yeah, we'll just need to just make sure the numbering issue and the cross-reference correctly, but seems sensible. 55, noise ground study. I didn't know, would this be superseded by some of the work that's been done in the ES anyway? This one, like, this the up to date, and you know, obviously that's been approved 2021. I just wasn't sure, given all the information about noise, is that precise?
Sure, I'm sorry, did we agree locations where noise would be monitored? There were specific locations we agreed previously.
I think we need to check, I think effectively it's telling you we need to check if it's operative in terms of telling you what you have to do in terms of ground noise. Otherwise, I say there's no point having a study just sort of doing something to tell you something. You need to say you've got to do something. That's what we need to check. So.
Yeah, so if we double check that one on the surface. Okay. You. Sustainability of biodiversity strategy. Obviously that was very recently discharged, but again, just sort of amend that and make sure we've got a copy. Air quality monitoring. So yeah, you've got an approved strategy, very recent, and there's a clause in there for future strategies. Is that still relevant for this new commission?
The other thing just to point out on this is that it was during the determination of the application, one issue that the council's consultants were very keen to review was the ultrafine particles.
Yeah.
So you can see the second paragraph, the new condition, there is now a provision for ultrafine particles, so that's the additional part of this.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, and then 58, air quality management strategy. Again, just making sure I've got the documents and speaking the reference in there. 59, complaints about environmental impact. So this is the monitoring condition.
Yeah, I think that's still a useful one that I get a list of complaints received from the airport, so broken down by location, what they've complained about, things like that. I think it's important to be retained.
I mean, I wonder about, I raised earlier about, saying we should report things in 24 hours. Could you tie these, where there are those references like that? Because, my question is, what do you do with it? And obviously the condition here is that is what you do with it. Is it worth tying them together, or is that being OTT? Maybe have a
I'm
thing.
happy to have a conversation.
Have a look. You just, it's not. I'm just throwing things out there at the minute, but I just for clarity. I know it was raised. We'll have a look at that. 60, the use of the Thames for construction. Again, it's the discharged condition, whether that's still relevant, and if it is, just have the documentation. 61, energy assessment and reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. So the development shall be built out in accordance with the revised energy and low carbon strategy approved under condition 2. Again, it's this cross-referencing, do you need both? Unless an alternative or amended strategy is agreed in writing by the local planning authority. Okay, that's then what do you do with that? That just requires you to have a strategy.
Yes, and implementing the board. Okay. Yeah, I think that we just need to think about that in terms of condition 2. Yes.
What we said about earlier. Okay, archaeology for the building work on the site. Again, it's been agreed, but it's just information. I always pronounce this wrong. I always call it green, but that's Briam, I think, is it? So, it's my dyslexia. Again, it's just obviously there's reference to discharge conditions. So okay. photovoltaic panels, again with the buildings to be built out, same point. Crossrail method statement, again, I assume that's still necessary.
I'm not sure if we heard from theatre being built now, so.
Yeah, I think TfL did comment on the appeal, so we could maybe check.
I don't think it was referenced. It was, that was initially imposed, I believe, to ensure that we constructed in a method that didn't impact the ongoing Crossrail construction and assets. So even if Crossrail is complete, I suspect it's still applicable in that we still have construction to do close to the Crossrail infrastructure. So happy for it to be retained if it's still deemed appropriate.
There's quite a lot of developments around here, so they do still seem to propose that.
It's still sensible. Does the wording need refining given that, or do you think the wording?
I think it's fine, depends what's the statement in a way, isn't it, in terms of, so.
It's the general point, isn't it, about the discharge?
Yeah, so I mean, as has just been pointed out, the every ton for this was line or formerly Crossrail that's actually run underneath the airport, so it's a case of making sure that we don't go through into the tunnel.
Yeah. Yeah. Seems sensible.
Yes.
Okay. Non-return water foul and sustainable urban drainage. That's quite amended actually. So there's a scheme, but there's the reference. But I think, I mean, other than that, it seems sensible. Same principle applies. Petrol, oil interceptors. Not sure what they are. Is it? They stop the petrol leaking into the water supply. Is that kind of
effectively, yes.
Yeah.
You have a drain, it's effectively something that filters that stops them then going into the
yeah, it's an ongoing thing, isn't it? Artificial fish refuges.
This is my favourite, I believe it's net.
Gauze, I think it is.
Gauze.
Yes.
Is it like those little children's nets that you stick?
Yeah, it's effectively so you get stuff sticking to it and then the fish can eat off it, if you like. So,
It was
I thought
to
it was
compensate for the old dock wall removal as part of the works to facilitate the Eastern Terminal extension.
Right, okay. I mean, again, it's, yeah, okay, so
I think it's retained.
it's retaining it now, and I take it, but, yeah, maybe we could just tweak the wording a bit to reflect that, but very specific. Sustainable drainage system 69, again, it's the same comment about documents referencing. Same with 70 waste management strategy. Same with 71 travel plan as well.
it may be helpful just to change the wording slightly on this in terms of 74. A little bit clearer, I thought, in terms of, because at the moment it says the staff and travel action include targets, but again, it's already been approved, if you like, so because it's the staff and travel plan review. But again, it's slightly confusing then because it goes down in the second paragraph. So the approved travel plan should be reviewed in 2025. So if you move the first sentence, the second paragraph below that, it would make more sense. So effectively updated in 2025 and then review should include this, if you like, in terms of.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify the word.
Yeah, I think if you just work together in the way that's sensible. Yeah. Okay, disabled parking, in accordance with the standard, it's under 72. Assume that's the most up-to-date standard it's referring to. Now,
Sorry, can I just check, is that London Plan compliant? Is that where it came from?
I think it is. No, it's one of the curiosities of the London Plan, those you don't want to be aware of the very long London Plan parking standards. I don't think it gives airports, but we'll double check. So.
Okay. 73 access roads and parking areas, so they've not been constructed yet. Access roads. And there's a retention clause as well, so obviously, but it's just, is it all still relevant, or is it?
It's still relevant, yes, we haven't completed the upgrade works.
Use of parking spaces, again, that's an operational one ongoing. Cycle parking, similar point about just documentation and the referencing to discharge condition. Delivery and service plan, same point again. Traffic management plan, same point. 78, taxi management plan, same point. 79, same point. 80. An exploded ordnance. Do you know what that was?
I think that was actually,
We did find some.
it's the dogs.
Yeah. Gosh, still all these years. Yeah, okay, well, it's clearly important, so, yeah. 82, well, there's piling 1, piling 2, piling 3. So, was it comment here that the piling's actually been done, so.
Yes, madam, so piling 1 and piling 2 related to piling in the dock itself to create the platform for internal buildings, that has now been completed.
Yeah.
Piling 3 remains relevant in that there may be future impact piling to deliver other facilities on site, so our suggestion would be that conditions 82 and 83 are now obsolete, whereas conditions 84 remain relevant.
Okay, is that your understanding? Yeah. Probably just rename that piling then, rather than piling 3. Okay. 85, construction works, related to the Control of Pollution Act, noise levels. Yeah, I mean, lots of cross-referencing to other things, but it seems sensible. Any comments on that? Construction 2, so that limits the work hours for noise and amenity protection reasons, again, ongoing, so okay. Construction design method strategy, similar point to the discharge of condition referencing. Construction environment management plan, same. Construction sound installation, sensitive receptors. I just wonder whether that might change given the noise issue. I didn't know if that's still, because that refers to a 17, a
Yes,
document
so
in
the-
17, so.
The construction sound installation scheme was completed in 2019, whereby all eligible properties were offered and installed where works were accepted. There might need to be an ongoing review mechanism whereby if we start construction again, we may need to reassess and ensure that all those properties remain eligible or otherwise. So, council think otherwise. I think it's probably worth retaining it. And,
No, I think it's worth retaining because it's mitigation.
Maybe the time between inviting some residents between.
Yeah. But is the construction sound installation scheme going to be relevant going forward as well? Because this one ties it well, it does have an amendment clause, but I just wonder.
I think the construction works are materially different to that in terms of what they are. I think it's actually, if council say if people have moved, or because for instance they may not have accepted the
Yes,
some installation,
anyway,
some but a new occupier may, so
Okay,
that's something to
Yeah.
check also.
that makes sense, okay. Nighttime construction sound installation, it's the same discussion, isn't it? Same. Okay, daytime construction noise mitigation. Construction lighting, again, just the detail. And construction monitoring and reporting as well. Talks about noise and vibration. Again, that zooms ongoing, although the piles is done part, it's still relevant.
Yeah, I mean, all the construction monitoring has been. Construction work stop.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously we can restart that.
Yeah, okay. Temporary construction noise barrier. This is other than temporary noise barrier conditions. Obviously, this is just specifically for construction, it's just how they all work. It's really far too much.
Yeah, this is a it's still relevant to electrical in terms of lead construction.
Okay, I mean, same point again in relation to the condition discharge. Because construction complaints handling, again, just, yeah, ongoing. Construction compound operations and boarding, again, same points about conditions. Vibration limits, yeah, that's an ongoing thing. Operator management plan. So that's monitoring and mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions resulting from retail food and beverage operators within the terminal building. So want to be details to be submitted. And
I mean, this is something the council raised during the determination application. We're happy to accept it. Not entirely sure it's necessary in terms of, partly because if you look at other conditions, condition 56, details of that have already been discharged, or opportunity to do that again. So we can agree with council about exactly what it is, but it's slightly strange condition in terms of how it works. Effectively asking people to minimise what they take, eating in terms of what it's on the aircraft.
do you want to come back on that? Is it necessary? Is it already dealt with?
We might need to speak to our consultants.
Yeah, that's, I mean, yeah, it's sort of liaising.
Yeah, exactly.
with
In
the
principle,
things.
yeah, no problem. I just think once the duplicates will get confused if there's any consistencies really. So.
Thank you. Okay, last but not least, condition 99. So additional flight slots limited to newer generation aircraft. So this is the new proposed condition.
Yeah, maybe just if it's helpful, just to point a few things out.
Yeah.
We'll have a discussion about it. I think clearly this is, I'm sure we've talked about this throughout the inquiry in terms of the condition. And what it's trying to do three things effectively. The first one is making sure that what we've assessed is controlled by a condition. So you'll see kind of specific reference to aircraft types, but also specific reference to paragraph 8.5.36 of the EDS as well, because that's what was used for the assessment of new generation aircraft. So it's tying it to that, and again, we deliberately put in the names of the aircraft so it's transparent in terms of what they are. It's techie in terms of flyover and everything else, so it's trying to be as transparent as possible. So that's the first thing. The second point is, if you look at the final paragraph for the reason, one of the comments from the council was that they're concerned about the jet centre in terms of business aviation as well. So we've, following further discussion during the determination application and conditions, we've accepted that there won't be any jet centre aircraft flying in those new periods.
Okay, so it's just going to be,
Scheduled aircraft.
scheduled,
Yes.
yeah, recreational,
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
And sorry, the final point, just in terms of the penultimate paragraph, one thing we wanted to put some form of safeguards in is to make sure that effectively the new generation are flying in those new periods, if you like. What we didn't want to do, the point of the penultimate paragraph is to make sure that there isn't too many late aircraft coming into the later period. So it's trying to effectively say, don't schedule them too late, if you like, so make sure that you're through new aircraft in a new period.
Do you have any comments? Obviously, this, you've developed it together.
That's all good discussions on this.
I think I concerned originally when they didn't have the jet set sort of riding in there, was that necessarily might end up not getting refleeting if you were allowed to have flights on Saturday afternoon and then you just ended up with lots of private jets. That wouldn't actually give any incentive for other operators to refleet. You know, I would say if I can do the year, so I think that's quite important for us to have that position there.
And just obviously this specifies the new generation aircraft. It's not going to, I'm just thinking, you know, I don't know, in case they invent a new generation aircraft, it's not going to, you know, that we can fly from it. It's not going to just limit it to that if there's actually even better aircraft that we don't even know. Like
That's precisely the reason we've included this, the aircraft that have been identified in table 8.7, but also added in wording to allow other aircraft that meet the specified criteria as listed in paragraph 8536. So in essence, any new unknown aircraft that meet those criteria are indeed better than can still fly in those areas. So it's not just limited to the known ones now, because as we're all aware, things will continue to progress.
Yes.
Aircraft will continue to get.
So you can see after the bracket there, there's the Embraer 115 and then the other aircraft that meets the new generation.
Yeah.
And those characteristics of flyover sideline approach and EPNPB levels are, they go back when you look at the QC count paper, it's those things that are calculated, and so those are the ways of characterizing the noisiness of an aircraft.
And just one last point, we've seen in your slide yesterday, the levels are set such that it would preclude the existing Embraer 190 from flying. So one of our fleet mix is currently the Embraer 190 that would be unable to fly in these times, given the new limits.
Does Hakan have any comments on that? No. I mean, just one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's obviously this has been developed as a way of sort of mitigating it, some of the concerns. We'll obviously be discussing those in general next week. It's not going to sort of mean that only Saturday afternoons get the new generation and then suddenly in the week it's all the old noisy planes. Just so it's almost like working against what it ever intended to be.
I think the evidence, I think fairness is accepted by the council's witnesses, because the way aircraft are used through the week, you wouldn't have a completely separate fleet mix just for a Saturday, because the aircraft are doing these movements every day. So if you're forced, because of the condition, to have a new gen type aircraft for the Saturday period, very much the expectation, and we've talked about this, is that then has an effect during the rest of the week, because it's the same aircraft that are operating the aircraft that are based at the airport in particular.
Yeah, it's just that sometimes, you know, we have these conditions and then there's a real sort of unintended consequence. So I'm just airing my sort of thoughts as they appear in my brain, but no, okay. Well, we'll hear about that in more detail and I think about that more then. Okay, and then we've got the defined terms. which is helpful because you can just see all the approved plans, and they supersede the ones that are in the statement of common ground. They've not updated, well, just amended, I think.
Yeah, just to be really clear on this, why they've changed it is effectively, we've got parent provision effectively, and we've got a series of non-material amendments as well. So the reason they've changed is we've double checked all of the non-material amendments, so effectively that's why there's a kind of a slight update. And so it's effectively what is currently approved as modified, if you like, through non-material amendments, and then it's now what is proposed as well. That's why there's a slight change.
Okay. I mean, that's helpful because then that actually gives the most up-to-date position, so that is helpful. Okay, I think that's it.
So just as a matter of housekeeping, we'll have no updates these following the comments today and try and where we need to agree with the parties. What we'll also do is come up with a draft core document list in terms of those things that have been discharged as a reference and try and make that as easy as possible and probably try and order them in terms of noise ones, contamination, so at least you can...
There's a logic.
There's a logic to it, and you can understand, well, I'm interested in the noise ones, but you may be less interested in contamination, but you may be interested in...
Find it. And again, the Secretary of State, they failed to...
They'll all be in the inquiry documents, we'll do that, but we'll share that before we actually upload them to say we're happy with the way that's presented.
Yeah, I think we should work on that, just agree with the parties as well. Yeah, and of course, obviously, we are talking about noise next week, so there may, I don't know, sometimes there are tweaks, sometimes they're not at all, but we'll keep these in review till the end, and then we'll sort of have it as an inquiry document as the final agreed draft set of conditions for me. I think that's the easiest way of doing it, because these things always evolve. So, okay. Are there any other conditions or anything else related to conditions we need to discuss today? Well, thank you. It is helpful. I know it's fairly painful, but it does help us to go through it. And I know there's a fair bit of homework to be done, but we've got time. We're not rushing at the end of the inquiry, so I think it has been helpful to do this now. So thank you. Shall we have a slightly earlier break for lunch and reconvene at back at 1:45, and then we'll start with the section 106. We have a copy of that actually, yes. Which is watch the right.
So printed copies of, well, these are our calculations of HACCP's timetable, which I've shared with
Right,
council.
okay.
You might want to scribble on it and do your own
Yeah,
calculations.
we'll have a look. Thank you. Okay, all right. So we'll adjourn now for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:45. Thank you.
Yes. Huh?
Right, okay, good afternoon, everyone, welcome back. I think I inspired everyone to the same cafe at lunchtime, which is excellent, so luckily everyone was there, so there was no conflict for us. So this afternoon we are going to be looking at the Section 106 agreement. I've had through the timetable, so I'll talk about that at the end as well, have a look at that over lunch. Benedict, who was here, I think maybe he's fed up with conditions, so he had another commitment this afternoon, so we've not scared him off entirely quite yet. Inspector Ayres is going to be leading on this session this afternoon for us. So over to Inspector Ayres, please.
A couple of caveats before I start. I have been coughing and spluttering my way through the last couple of days, so apologies if I start coughing and choking. Just give me a moment to recover. I'm dosed up on Lemsip, so I'm sure I'll be fine. Just a bit of a heads up. And secondly, it's the last time I played with anything quite this big, I was the one that was drafting it, so it's slightly different for me to now be trying to understand it from an inspector's perspective. So thank you very much for the helpful guide. That was most welcome. I sat and trundled my way through that last night. One question I had immediately is there anything in terms of the obligations, the financial contributions that are in dispute, or are they're agreed? Okay, fine, thank you. So what I'd like to do then is essentially work through the guide, if we may, for the benefit of anybody who is watching who is unfamiliar with Section 106 planning obligations, just as on a non-prejudicial basis, just to explain that this is as we're aware, Section 73 appeal, which means that it seeks to vary or amend conditions. But as we've already discussed, it creates a whole new planning permission. And therefore, we have a Section 106 agreement that was entered into in 2016. And that agreement needs to be varied with a Section 73 variation to make sure that it's brought up to speed. The variation amends part of it, but the Section 106, for intents and purposes, the 2016 remains in full force insofar as it's not varied. So just to make that clear for anyone that's listening from home, who perhaps doesn't have the joy of dealing with things day in, day out. So, looking at the guide, I wasn't going to go through anything that hadn't been varied initially, unless there was anything that you wanted to bring to my attention on either side. Ms. Campbell?
Nothing from me, however, my computer's just frozen. And I only have it online, so my associate's going to send me again.
Let me know when you're...
I think just out of the front end provisions, it's worth just saying that there's an intention to add a pencil clause, which
yes, there's not one at the moment.
was raised day one. So intending to add that, and that's been agreed with the council, and I think it's been agreed with Transport Companies.
Okay. Yes, that's why I was wondering if anything had been in dispute as well, because I noticed that there wasn't a blue pencil clause.
But we're agreed just to some model wording for insertion.
Okay, super.
Sorry, just decided to come back online.
Excellent.
Just have to remember to try and speak up a little bit as well for the purposes of the live stream.
I might mention this now for next year. We could have some permanent targets. I find it really hard to hear, and I'm actually in the room.
Yeah,
Acoustically, this room is great.
I asked this question yesterday of the council, not yesterday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
For the only one we have at those two.
These
but
two.
They probably work quite well, they come through speech and I've done
Query whether during cross-examination, we could have two microphones, but maybe just literally a portable stand for each mic for the advocate and the witness. We can then move them around when there's the next advocate. But makes it very difficult for anyone online to hear. It's quite difficult to hear because there's the echo. So if that's possible, that would be
Could we
great.
get some stands? Thank you.
Are you back online? Okay, so the guide, as I say, was very useful. And the first section that's flagged up are the amendments to Schedule 5, with changes proposed to the employment contribution. Now, obviously, there are additional financial contributions agreed, which are put in later schedules. So there's the additional employment contribution. And I just wondered, so it's, I've got here £1,897,800. And would somebody just talk me through that? By all means, refer to the still compliance statement if you choose to. I've got that as well.
There's a formula to be applied, and that was worked out with our in-house team at the London Borough Museum and the applicant.
Right.
And that 1.87 million possibly that's payable. In accordance with Schedule 5, the purpose for which it's intended has stayed the same, so it's an additional contribution to that which was offered in Haddock 1 2016.
And is it going to use the same mechanism as the existing employment contribution?
Yes, it is. It will be indexed. It will be payable over 3 years from the date of reaching the people movement. Don't you mind just check actually that in Schedule 5, paragraph 2.1b, it says confirming that passenger numbers have preceded the year and it's 4.5 million.
It says 6.5 indeed, but to be a tracking rate. That's how much you want.
It's Schedule 5. We may have picked it up by now, but that was the original.
It's 6.5. So yeah, the first.
Yeah, I've got 6.5 million.
I've got
Mr. Field, did you have any comments in relation to that financial contribution?
It's a good staggering of the contributions is more or less in line with the timing of previous contributions.
And all other contributions in Schedule 5 remain the same, that's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
So, Schedule 6, amendments to Schedule 6. So it's Schedule 3 of the variation, amending Schedule 6 of the 2016 106. District heating. Would somebody just talk through this, because I'm not familiar with EECs and WTEs and so on and so forth. So, would you mind?
So, London Borough Museum has a district heating network, which predominantly is, as we understand, north of the river, and there are offshoots coming from Central Connection. And I believe it sends combined heat and power to larger buildings and other things for green forms of energy and offtake. The London Borough of Newham's network is, like I say, north of the river and actually not particularly close to London City Airport. It's a London Plan requirement that we consider it, and that, if possible, provisions or passive provisions are put in the 106 agreement to accommodate the London Plan requirement. We've drafted the provisions for the district heating network so that an options appraisal or study would be triggered and required in relation to the district heating network coming very close to the airport, 500 metres in particular. And then we would do a feasibility study to see an options appraisal as well, to see how they would link in and link that into the airport to take combined heat and power. The approach we've taken, because the airport is a bit of an oddity in central London using DHF, is to use some of the guidance around essential schemes and other things. So if it comes within 500 metres, we'll assess whether it's feasible or viable to link into the network. If it is both, then a passive provision has been retained to allow essential kit by an easement, for instance, 3 metres wide on either side, into their energy centre to link in to switch on. The obligation for a district heating network is one which is necessary. You can't force an end user to offtake it, because it would be anti-competitive in some ways. So it must be feasible and viable. So that's all built into the wording of the original 2016 106, but also reiterated and made good in the new section 73 106 as well.
So who carries out the feasibility study? That's done by the council?
That would be
That's done by the airport.
Just been approved by the council, it's true. I think what this changes to the schedule really introduce more specifics around, first of all, safeguarding routes for possible connection to the district heating network, and a more specific trigger for when the airport has to consider the feasibility of the connection, and that's the 500 metre mark, which wasn't in the original 106. And then the other thing that the schedule does is to effectively commit the airport to introducing better technology in terms of sustainability to the Eastern Energy Centre that the government has brought forward. It was previously gas combined heating power, gas-fired combined heating power. Of course, the airport is now committing to different sustainable form of energy generation.
Okay.
He has provided that the newer forms of energy in the energy centre would be photovoltaic. The greener technologies rather than gas fired.
Right.
Heat pumps.
Okay. And has the western terminal extension been occupied? Was that part of the, is that being built out as part of these proposals?
It'll be built out as part of the approved CAP scheme, it has not yet.
Not, okay, right. Thank you. So then, moving through your guide to Schedule 8. Changes the definitions on the noise contours. Who would like to give me a hop, skip and a jump tour through this one?
I might defer to Mr. Field.
Mr. Field?
Yeah, so these are, I mean, it makes probably sense to take Schedule 8 and Schedule 9 together.
Yep. Let's do that.
I wonder if it's helpful to begin by describing how the sound insulation scheme works, because
That sounds like a fabulous idea.
that's sort of what we do, so, so, in essence, there's, each sound insulation scheme, has, eligibility criteria for properties. First element to set the eligibility criteria relate to the age and location of the property. This is, an historic, measure that was first introduced in 1998, Section 106 agreement. And the idea is that once the airport publishes its forecast contour alongside any change or planning chapter, that contour is effectively form of notice to incoming developers that should they come along and build and get permission and build properties after the date that that contour has been published. In accordance with the aging of change principle, they would have to make sure their properties are fit for purpose in terms of sound insulation. And the age and location criteria effectively reflect that, so that depending on which scheme we're looking at and how long it's been running, we'll see there are criteria which identify the areas within which properties are eligible and the date for which they either have to be permitted and built or permitted and then built subsequently pursuant to that permission. And properties are only eligible if they fall into that category, by they're existing or they've been or they're built after the contour or permitted before the contour is published. At the other end of that, if for whatever reason the predicted contour is exceeded for unforeseen reasons, then the wording makes sure that the properties outside that predicted contour are all eligible, regardless of when they were built.
Okay. So there may be eligible properties outside of the contour zone, so to speak.
Yeah, so we're not, obviously, on each occasion, no one is expecting properties outside the contour, predicted forecast worst case contour to be affected, but should they be affected, then this agreement allows them all to benefit from the education scheme. So there's no agent to change principle to apply that, because the worst
like a
case
safety
contour.
net.
So that's the age and location criteria. But there's also a noise exposure criteria, which is the actual noise exposure over time. So as contours move out with growth of the airport, properties each year become eligible within those defined areas of age and location. So as the actual contour moves out, the property is called either by actually being in the contour in one calendar year, or being predicted to be in the contour of the forthcoming calendar year, they will be treated.
Right.
Or they will be offered treatment. I might go on to how the procedure works. So they'll be offered the opportunity to have their properties insulated. And there's some detailed wording around properties that only have part of their property within the contour to which they're exposed to, and also properties that are neighbouring. So you could have a situation where you've got two neighbours, one property is court and the other neighbour is technically outside this wording, which allows the neighbouring property to be treated on certain elevations. Have the detail in there to go into it, but
No, but so if you were in a terrace, so to speak, and your property was within, but your neighbour's property was just outside, so are they not eligible if they're just outside? Is that the way? Is it strict in that sort of definition?
yeah, if you have, if your facade is adjacent to or connecting to a property that is eligible,
Right.
or technically not, you can still be treated
Okay.
because you're on the same facade that's exposed.
Right.
Is to avoid the sort of arbitrary cut-off of the contour.
Mm.
And there might still be a case for insulating immediately adjacent property.
I guess so if there was a block of flats and the contour ran half through it, you see it with flood maps actually quite a bit. Part of your gardens in, but and then the rest of it isn't, and it's quite difficult to plan. How would that work?
I know how to drafted it, but we can probably come back to you on that.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking noise next week, so if you could just.
Yeah, so that's the eligibility criteria, and every year the airport has to publish an annual performance report, and in that report, one of the things it has to identify are properties that benefit based on the contour exposure in the previous year, the forecast exposure in the current year, and then within a certain time period of publication of the report, the airport has to individually notify those residents and seek permission to come into the property and survey the property for whatever requirements it has in terms of noise insulation. And then once that's done, seek permission to undertake the identified works within the scope of works that is specified in each scheme. And obviously, some residents, as we probably come on for here next week, some residents don't take it up.
Mm.
But many of course do. And to take that rate has different slightly between different schemes. And we'll come on to changes, but one of the changes the airport's making is to encourage better take up of schemes, which is lagging behind the others.
And you've got the amendment so that it's agreed by the owner as opposed to the occupants, haven't you? Is that in
Yes,
this?
so generally speaking, on all the schemes, you need the consent of the owner and the occupier, or they might be one and the same. What we're changing in the re-inspection scheme, which is a scheme that applies 10 years after treatment. Effectively, as the name suggests, the airport goes in and checks that any sound insulation measures that were installed 10 years ago are still performing to the required level of sound attenuation. And we're removing the requirement to seek owner consent for inspection because that doesn't interfere with any fabric of the building, and in practice it was sometimes preventing access to the building because in terms of 106, but occupiers were obviously willing to let the airport be in. When it comes to executing any remedial works that might be necessary in the re-inspection scheme, we're again removing that requirement unless there's a provision, a lease, for example, that requires landlord's consent. So the idea of removing that requirement is simply to make it easier for re-inspections to happen and to reflect the practical circumstances that the airport finds itself in those properties where the occupier is willing to go to a technically under 106, they still need the owner's permission to go in. But actually, in a lease context, that permission is not necessary.
Thank you. Mrs. Campbell, did you have anything to comment on this?
No, that's very much my understanding. Talking to our airport monitoring officer, and I understand that the increase of uptake since the scheme was initially concepted and was replaced has been an upward curve. There are difficulties in relation to blocks in some buildings, landlord's consent, freeholder and otherwise, but we're hoping this amendment will allow more people to take up the offers.
So effectively, if we go back to Schedule 8, what that's doing is introducing changes to definitions, or introducing additional contours which have to be reported on, which are linked to changes that have been made to sound insulation schemes.
Right. So that's Schedule 8 and Schedule 9 in terms of re-inspections.
Yes, so Schedule 9, I suppose, worth just going through to complete the picture. So Schedule 9 introduces changes to the different schemes that we've just been talking about. So the first tier scheme, which is related to properties within 57 dB LAQ contours and daytime contour. The change made to that scheme simply reflects the historic pattern that I referred to originally about the age and location criteria. So effectively, this is saying that if your property falls within the worst case 57 dB contour identified in connection with this proposal, and is outside the worst case contour identified during the original plan permission cabin, then that property will be eligible for treatment from the 57 dB contour, subject to when it has been permitted.
So do the levels of treatment, presumably then they vary depending on what comes out on the survey as to what the property is eligible for, or what is determined it might need?
Yeah, so there's scopes of works for each scheme. The first tier scheme that we've just talked about, the standard treatment is secondary or double glazing. If you've got single glazing in your property, you're eligible for double glazing or secondary glazing. And then you're also eligible for the sound attenuating ventilators, which look like boxes that are go into a wall and ensure that air can be drawn in without you opening the window. That's the first tier scheme.
So what happens with the second tier scheme?
So the complication is that when we were naming these, the last part we didn't rename
Oh, but first tier, we've got intermediate tier scheme.
Intermediate.
Is that 1.5?
Intermediate tier, which I actually think is the second tier. Intermediate tier, this applies at the moment to properties within the 63 dB contour, which is the sole significant adverse effect level identified. And properties in that box are eligible at the moment for secondary glazing, or at the moment residents can elect to have high performance double glazing, performance acoustic double glazing. But at the moment, if they do that, they will get a contribution from the airport of
It's 3,000, isn't it?
But that's index linked, so the figure at the moment is roughly about 4.5. And then also touch of sound attenuating ventilators if they have one already. So that's the current scheme. The changes made under this proposal are in relation to the works to change the amount that the airport contributes to high performance acoustic duct glazing if the resident selects that option to the equivalent cost of installing secondary glazing on those windows, which equates roughly, I think I might say, 8,000. Varies a bit on average. So it's a higher level of contribution, and it's hoped that will encourage take-up, because the intermediate scheme is the scheme that's lagging below other schemes in terms of its take-up. Although it was only introduced as part of the planning commission, and therefore it's only been running since 2017.
I think it's also, just to point out that in addition to that, the proposed changes include for the airport actually procuring and managing the works, whereas at the moment it's just a contribution to the residential dwelling, whereas we would now then take on the responsibility of managing the works as well.
Okay, so you essentially subsidise the work, and then the residents would give you the remainder of the money after the whatever.
If there's a difference, yes, but it's a higher contribution towards it, and we'll also take on the responsibility of procuring.
So the baseline solution is secondary glazing, which actually, acoustically, I'm told, that if there are any other acoustic experts, acoustically, I'm told works almost as well as high-performance acoustic glazing, but aesthetically, perhaps doesn't look as nice. That's the baseline treatment. That's why if residents do select the high performance acoustic double glazing, they get a contribution as opposed to the entire package of works. The other changes that are made to that scheme relate to eligibility. So immediately from implementation of the Section 73 Commission is granted, works will also be onward to what is within the 60 dB LFQ weekend daytime content. And on a phased basis, the eligibility will, for the 63 dB contour, which is the average summer daytime contour, just weekend contour, moves down to 60 dB, which is in line with government's recommendations, which is for airports to lower that threshold for sound insulation from 63 down to 63. And for airports generally to review the effectiveness of their schemes.
So widening the net, so to speak.
Yeah.
And in terms of reviewing whether or not the scheme works, is that where the re-inspection comes? That's the re-inspection approach.
In terms of whether the works,
the acoustic works have been carried out.
yes.
Efficiency.
I think in practice, in addition to the airport, test them when they're installed as well.
So they're tested when they're installed, and then presumably they're not serviced or anything. There's no.
That's why.
That's the
servicing
the re-inspection
Yeah.
in 10 years.
Servicing is left to the property owner. I think it's either at the time of Caterpillar or previous planning commission, the re-inspection scheme was introduced to acknowledge that sometimes residents need help in ensuring that the acoustic performance is maintained.
The changes proposed to the schedules in Annexure 12 and 6 report to bestow a greater benefit on those affected in the 63 decibel range. So by lessening the threshold and by offering greater flexibility in terms of insulating windows or providing more flexible options depending on the type of property they have or the level to which an individual is affected. So for the council, it was a better offer for residents.
So the residents have more control over the type of
mitigation they feel they need.
Which presumably, I suppose, would have to go hand in hand with the survey, because it'd have to be guided by what whoever was carrying the survey said would be the best option. Yeah.
I may just, following your question regarding whether or not a building that is split by a contour, whether all flats are offered treatment or not. I've just had confirmation that in practice, if the contour was to split a block of flats, for example, all properties within that building would be offered.
Yes, you wouldn't just, flat 2, but flat 4 across the ways. Yeah, okay. Choose people are listening.
Okay.
Then the second tier scheme is also changed. That again introduces the same age and location modification, recognition of the age of change principle we discussed earlier, referencing the worst case contours that have been published for this proposal. But it also extends eligibility to the 55 dB night contour, what's exposed to the flights in the early hours from 6:30 to 6:59.
Can I just confirm, just to come back on something, so when you said that you do the noise contours and those are published, and it's the airport's authority responsibility to then contact eligible properties, isn't it?
There is a written notification.
Right. Okay, thank you.
The other changes made in the context of sound insulation is neighbouring authority agreements. So, subsequent to the issue of the last planning permission, at the time of the issue of the last planning permission, in section 106 agreement, third-party rights of were included for London Borough of Greenwich and London Borough of Town Hamlets, so they could directly enforce the sound insulation measures within their local authority areas. But ultimately, Newham was the planning authority, so they would have responsibility for enforcement action. But we did enter, there was a supplemental clause that required the airport to enter into separate agreements with those authorities so that those third-party rights would fall away and the neighbouring councils would have benefit of direct contractual rights under a separate agreement. Those agreements have been entered into. What we're doing here is repeating that mechanism for changes. So we're giving third-party rights to Tower Hamlets and Greenwich to enforce the improvements to the sound insulation schemes in their areas. But we will also have an obligation for the airport to enter into revised neighbouring authority agreements that will carry over the improvements into the agreements that are already in place.
So they'll benefit from the changes to the first, intermediate and secondary tiers as well?
Yeah.
So they'll.
So through giving them third-party rights, the contract, they will have that benefit from day one, but it's not quite the same as having a direct contractual relationship, which will be put into place as soon as possible after the applications.
And has that worked quite well historically in the past with the red brick?
The entire Hamlet's entered into an it's taken quite a long time to negotiate over very recently it's been signed. I think Rennie intentionally haven't entered into an NAA. I think they just don't have the capacity of the level to do that. So I just wanted to combine it with the new knowledge. Because they haven't done they did, but unfortunately can't fix that.
I think there is a historic neighbourhood clause with Greenwich. It may predate it. I have to check. We can verify a few blocks.
So there's not a current.
Well, I thought there was, but it may be predating cat.
Greenwich haven't shown any interest in entering into one?
No, they said specifically they won't enter into one. They just don't have the capacity, I suppose, to do that. So the airport have engaged quite extensively to try and get them to enter into one, and done loads of meetings and emails, but as I say, it's never been agreed to.
But the mechanism's there.
Yeah,
and
if
it's
they
there.
wanted to.
And they have a third-party rights until they do enter into the agreement. For years, prior to this, prior to Tower Hamlets into the airport, I think historically had a reverse issue where Greenwich will need to enter into a Tower Hamlets as well, so I think it's just questioning. But that's why the third-party rights are in there, to make sure there's enforceability.
And so Annex 10, the construction sound insulation scheme, that's the scheme that we're discussing in terms of what gets put in, depending on what comes out in the survey. Correct? Annex 10. That's what it says in your guide, anyway. That's what the guy said, there's no reason why.
That remains unchanged. I think most of the properties that would have been eligible for treatment construction standards have been.
Yes, so we predicted the noise impacts of the construction programme in its entirety when we described to beginning works, and we offered over 600 properties sound insulation works under the construction sound insulation scheme back in 2017. We then completed that scheme in June 2019. We treated just over 550 properties, so it was quite a high take up on that. Those works were signed off by the council as being complete. However, since then we've paused construction, so we were working on the expectation that ahead of restarting, we would just recast those nice contours to sense check that all of those properties remain adequately mitigated and allowed for those who've moved house, etc., as we've referred to earlier.
And those 550 properties, were they solely within Newham, or were they also?
They were
Newham.
They were in close proximity to the airport campus itself, and were directly impacted by the piling works in the dock, which have now been fully completed.
Okay, is there anything else in regards to Schedule 8 or 9 that anybody wants to bring to my attention? Ms Lane, is there anything that you wanted to add? So the next amendment was to Schedule 13 for revised terms of reference for the Airport Transport Forum, which was to take account of the new Sustainable Transport Fund, which I think we'll probably come on to. So I didn't have any comments specifically in respect to that, because we'll come on to the fund in due course. Is there anything to raise? No. And then so Schedule 14 in terms of amendments to the publication of the annual performance report on LBN's website. So this was requested by London Borough of Newham. Cam, is there anything you wanted to say in relation to this?
Yeah, so this is something that I requested. The current CAD on at 6 is slightly ambiguous with the sequencing for how the annual performance report has to be published. So it says that the airport have to provide a copy to the council on the 1st of June, and then we have to publish it on our website 14 days after. The airport are required to publish it on their website by the 30th of June. So the current sequencing implies that we would publish it on our website before the airport published it on the borough website, which is a bit counterintuitive because the airport's document. So these amendments would basically say that we would have to publish it 7 days after it's been published on the airport's own website, which is a more logical way of doing it.
Applying common sense to the legal agreement. Okay, thank you. Mr. Field, I presume you agree with that, yes? Right, so moving on then to Schedule 20, the London City Airport Community Fund. So it's a new obligation. So £3,850,000, 385,000 annually. That's what I've made a note of, is that correct? Yep. So who would like to tell me about the London City Airport Community Fund and what it's intended to do?
So I think the first thing to say that it is an existing fund which operates and is a registered charity. It has a tangential relationship with controls at the moment because it does receive some, or is able to receive money from penalties that are paid under the noise monitoring and mitigation strategy by airlines, and they do not comply with all these procedures.
Is that just is that just for London City?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It's a London City Airport Incentives and Penalties Scheme, which was introduced as part of the norms which was approved on Commission 13.
Okay.
But it's not identified as a body that's subject to ground control at the moment, and there's no regulation about the size of that fund. So what this provision does is bring in the community fund to within the scope of Section 106 control, and increase and set the size of the fund and the purposes for which it should be used. The rationale behind the fund is to effectively provide a form of compensatory mitigation in recognition that outdoor spaces cannot be integrated, and therefore the primary purpose of the fund is to benefit outdoor spaces, recreation facilities, other well-being purposes for the community.
So how does the mechanism work? Do you have to be, how would you apply, or how does it work for some, so I want to improve my local park, which I feel is affected by London City. How does one go about doing that?
Well, there's already, I think probably one is an aspect of the scheme. So community organisations can apply for grants from community funds. Already, what this 106 is especially piggybacking on the back of the existing arrangements, modify them to take into account that they're being operating a bigger fund, and therefore the level of grant that they afforded is higher than currently. It's currently a cap of £3,000 per grant. That obviously is going to change. Effectively, each year they're open to grant applications, and then there's a board committee that determines most of the applications in which projects should be benefit from the grant. The terms of reference are going to be appended to the 106, which sets out how it would work, as well as the constitution of the charity. So it's.
How does the fund work at the moment? What's it currently governed by? It's not, so it's existing. Another community fund.
It's a voluntary fund, which operates as a charity, registered charity.
Why are you bringing it under the realms of section 106?
In order to provide the compensation that I think it is agreed is necessary to.
UMOS has a plan policy, SP2, which is in the core documents, which provides that the fund specifically can be used for new, improved, inclusive, open spaces, sports facilities, good quality, play-based, recreational use, predominantly parks and other things, open spaces. The offer made by the airport is a significant financial improvement on that, which we already received under the CADOC 2016, which lots of projects have been funded already. 250,000.
Yeah, there was a capital contribution, which was, I think, community recreation contribution. That was probably one lump sum for the council to apply. This is probably a little bit more grassroots, sensitive advice, applications from communities and groups of local residents.
Just to add that the fund would be open not just for not-for-profit and charities, it could be number of but also those on our flight paths, birds or needs of flight paths as well. So it would just be number of people on that. Any not-for-profit or charity could apply for various funds for different schemes, provided they're within those budgets that are overflown by the city airport.
So it's got compliant with section 161D, financial contribution to mitigate noise impacts to public open spaces and the silverex as well.
Thank you. That's where I was trying to find my way to, so thank you.
Madam, Phil mentioned the sort of terms of reference, and if in the button you turn on from Schedule 6 of this document pages, you'll see that under terms of reference, and paragraph 4, for example, that grant applications mentions the boroughs that are overflowing, and some of these obviously are present.
Sorry, Mr. Humphries, give me a moment because I had it. If someone would like to tell me where I might find it, I had it open and then I've lost it. They're yours, that's not even mine.
It's after page 21, which is Schedule 7 of the, you get a page that looks like this with London City Airport, and that has the terms of reference. I just simply draw your attention to.
I'll have to make a note and back it.
I think in the ring bound one that we.
In the ring bound?
Yes, so before the first tab.
Yep.
And there's sort of internal page numbering 2021, and then it starts at 1 again because there's a separate document. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I was trying to be helpful.
No, you are being helpful.
You'll see there for grant applications, and it talks about Jack is not for profit operating in the list of boroughs, and this is to cover some of the areas that, for example, actually needs to draw attention to some of them.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I just wanted to be clear in my head, obviously, that it meets the necessary tests in terms of it being governed by 106. Okay, I didn't have any other questions in relation to that. Is there anything else anybody wanted to raise? Scan, no. Ms. Field? No. Ms. Lane? So then, finally, we've got Schedule 21, Sustainable Transport Fund, which is well, actually, there's also the kind of, come on to the climate action plan as well. So the Sustainable Transport Fund is being put in, so 2 million per annum for 7 years. That's correct, isn't it? It's a figure that I've made a note of. Okay, so who would like to talk me through this? Ms. Campbell, Mr. Field? Mr. Field?
This sits within the context of the airport's share target, 8% sustainable transport by 2030. It's a recognition of the need to make available funds to invest in sustainable transport in order to reach that target. The quantum has been very few. There's been our Silver Advanced Sustainable Joint Committee yesterday. There's a list of potential priority projects which will benefit from the funds, and the size of the fund effectively just reflects the estimated capital cost of those projects, or combination of those projects. And the airport, that fund will work in, will be controlled by the airport because it needs to make sure that the money is benefiting passengers and staff in terms of hitting the sustainable target. But it operates in conjunction with the Airport Transport Forum, which has membership, including London Borough Union and Transport of London, who will make recommendations in terms of which projects to invest in. And the airport generally is required to accept those recommendations unless there are reasonable reasons not to. Obviously, this has been negotiated with Transport of London as well as London Borough Union, and Transport of London have agreed the clause as you see it, although we did have further minor change suggested by their lawyers, just in the past few days, which is simply a clarification around clause 1.10, which is the scope of the dispute resolution clause, and they've asked us to make it clear. I think you have agreed that the dispute resolution clause does not extend to financial sums, it only extends to other areas of dispute. So the 2 million, 40 million are not to be subject to dispute.
We used to pay lawyers.
Sorry. We've also agreed that would be compliance policy to the London plan as well, which
Identifies that the airport's to really be in charge of its own sustainable transport mode.
And each year, any unspent money from the £2 million ring-fence has to be rolled over to fiscal years. So
I was going to say, so if they suggest something and you don't want to do it, you can't just say we won't spend it that year. That's fantastic, and just ask instead.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments you had to make on that, Mrs. Campbell?
No, within the payments, so the payments are going to be paid for period of times, accepted by the council 7 years.
So then finally, Schedule 22 is the Carbon and Climate Change Action Plan. I wasn't aware that I saw this in the heads of terms. Was it in the heads of terms? Not that it matters, it just,
No, I don't think it was.
so I wondered if it was going to be dealt with by way of condition.
It is better suited to be a 106 obligation, especially in terms of enforcement and conditions. I think it would sit better with being a 106. It's capable of being compliant with ATD. So,
Mr. Field?
Yes, I mean, it's, the plan obviously has to come forward for approval, and 3 key objectives are defined. Page 7, which is to reduce, effectively reflects commitments in the ES, to reduce Scope 1 and 2 emissions to net zero by 2030 and 0 by 2040. Plus to work with airlines on Scope 3 emissions, in particular to towards zero emission flights in the airport, as well as reflecting its requirements to very good British standards in relation to buildings.
And Mrs. Campbell, there's a policy support for that, is there, in terms of including it in the 106?
There is just for
self-compliance. Policy, would be the London Town policy, TAD.
Very involved, sorry. No, I was just going to say that the changes to the axios have been flagged up as you've gone along, so I didn't particularly feel the need to go through those. However, I'm happy if there's something that you wanted to bring to our attention.
No, they kind of reflect what we've already discussed. What I should say, because I was intending to take you there, for the ease of understanding the amendments, is the tracking has slipped off the document, so you can't actually see what's immediately what's changed. The text is correct, but the tracking's been lost, so we're going to resubmit the PDF with tracking.
Okay, of which one? Because I've got
7 and 12.
So what's happened is this only applies to the bound volume.
Right, okay.
So the documents that were originally submitted did have tracking.
Yes.
The bound volume that we rated yesterday has the tracking.
No,
so
that's fine. That was helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Resubmit the PDF. So.
Okay, super. Thank you. Ms. Campbell, was there anything else that you wanted to add in terms of the 106, or anything that I've blatantly missed that someone needs to tell me?
No, I think Ms. Gill walked us through the sound installation and speed very well.
Thank you. Ms. Lane, is there anything? No. Mr. Field, thank you, that was very helpful.
Is there anything else to add?
Yeah, so in opening on Tuesday, obviously we had the discussion about the 106 going before the planning committee. So obviously we've discussed it now, it's to get to some way there. That's definitely going to go to the committee. Is it the 16th? Yeah. 16th.
And what will go is the very finalised draft with any comments or amendments suggested by yourself. with a delegation to the Director of Planning to further amend it if required and or seal it. I think I reiterated earlier that 106 is preferential because of the bilateral obligations between the council and the airport and the functioning of the 106.
I can't even begin to imagine how you do a unilateral, to be honest. I'm glad that's not the case. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work gone in. It's incredibly complicated. It's obviously been built on a fairly solid foundation, but even so, things have changed. So it's been helpful. Yeah. Okay. It's all right to crack on and then we can have an earlier finish today. I've just got a few procedurally points to raise. So thank you for today. It's not the most exciting of subjects, but it's necessary. And actually, it's been really, really helpful. And I think actually this, having the site visit tomorrow as well will really cement our understanding. So I think, although it's been difficult with things, plans not going to how we envisaged, it's actually worked out fairly quite helpful. For those participants today, I can't read my handwriting where I scribbled your name, so if you can let the programme officer know, so I can just record you in the decision, it's not a decision, it's a report, just so I've got an accurate name. That would be really helpful. Timetable then. So building on the Hackam one, the appellants just split it out into a day-by-day timetable, which is really helpful. Usually when we schedule events, 5 to 5.5 hours, specific time allocated per day, is what we work to, and then you build in breaks, etc. I was quite heartened actually by the timetable, the maths and my scrawling's all over this. So just working through next week. So noise will be next week, starting on Tuesday. I think it may well go into the 14th of December on the Thursday, because the Wednesday's a 6.5 hour day, not including breaks and examination. That's very long, so I think that might go over. Next week we've also got an MP we're trying to schedule, waiting on confirmation, so that will eat it. So I think we will be finishing probably Thursday next week, but that's comfortable with noise. And then in the new year, I actually think it's doable. I was heartened by it. It was quite it was good to see. So we'll need the Monday afternoon, if that's agreeable with everybody. I can start at 1 or 2 o'clock. I think it's 3 hours that afternoon. So that's doable in the time. I think that, yes, yeah. So I think, yeah, that certainly helps with the timetable. Then the 16th of January, Tuesday, that would be a 6.5 hour day with no breaks and no re-examination. So that could potentially be a long day. But Wednesday, the 17th of January, that's a 5 hour day. So there's a bit of wriggle room there. And the 18th of January is 5.5 hours, but 19th of January is 3.5 hours. So there is a bit of capacity there, I think. It's not so horrendous that alarm bells are ringing for me. And I don't know what parties think as well, having done the exercise.
I think it's doable. We might perhaps in advance read the statements and take them as read.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want an examination in chief just reading out statements, because I have read them. I mean, just please do point out things you want to, but we don't need to sort of relay everything in them just to save a bit of time.
I mean, Madam, as you all know from previous experience, I never read out
No.
summaries ever. You know, and this is not to fall unfair to Ms. Lane, I don't expect a response, but Alex Chapman in chief, we've currently got up to 2 hours. That's very long for what is quite a short proof, and so maybe one could have a look at that.
I don't believe that was actually our figure. I think that it's sort of got lost on the shelf somewhere. It certainly won't be 2 hours.
Okay.
I believe that we initially, I'll double check, but I'm almost certain it wasn't 2 hours.
I've gone on the worst case as well, because you've given 1.5 to 2, etc. I've just taken the top figure, just so looking at that. So I think it's doable. I mean, there might be some isolation of witnesses overnight, which is unavoidable, but it would be only overnight at the worst.
Yes.
So
I don't think that's
no, I just think
unreasonable. I think the witnesses want to speak to me overnight anyway, so probably a relief.
Yeah, so no, I think it works, which is really good. So, and thank you for everyone's effort. And then closing, it says in writing, could we possibly find a Monday we could do them virtually? We could have a look.
I'm sure a Monday, if we could do a Monday, that might be possible, because certainly the barristers who will be people principally involved tend not to have other inquiries.
Yes, yeah,
Mondays.
we start them all on a Tuesday to travel, so it just,
Yes.
actually, we try and do like case management conferences on Monday for the same reason, actually, so.
But how would you, at the moment, I think, we've all been told, you know, see if we can find a couple more days sometime, and that probably because it would be potentially inquiry sitting time, isn't Mondays. Would you still like us to find a day, 2 days in case the evidence overruns, or are we sufficiently confident that we're just looking for a Monday?
Well, I'm kind of in your hands, really. How does everyone feel about it? I know because I appreciate diaries and nightmares. I don't want to commit and then it just run horribly over and not have a fallback. But then equally, if we've got, it seems to be okay, but then things less worse. So, I mean, and I was going to put this on my list. You know, it does mean all witnesses and advocates are going to have to stick to time, and we will be sort of hard on that, you know, so witnesses do need to answer the questions. I will be hard on people that are not, because that takes up time. Obviously all the professionals, the questions in a simple, get to the point, straightforward way. But I don't know, how do we feel? Would we like to just find another date, just as a reserve, just in case, or are we?
Well, this in a sense, I would prefer that we aim for completing the evidence that week, because what will happen if we don't is it will be said, as it's been said in a lot of topics, we can't split the topic.
Yes.
And then suddenly you've got 3 witnesses who are looking for more time. So maybe we've got the Monday in January. It may be that there are some days where sit a little bit longer than we would ordinarily, if that's possible, if we're running, but we try and keep to broadly those blocks of blocks of time. And I think then it's very doable. And actually, as you say, on the last day, we've actually got potentially quite a
half a day, I would.
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's also hasn't been taken into account. As Lane's confirmed that actually their estimate for a Chapman chief is long. So there is slack in. There
is a bit, yeah. So maybe I'm in your hands, but I will be catching my whip.
Let's just look then for a Monday for the advocates to do closings.
The preceding Monday, I know council is free, locked out his diary, and I think with Bremerton, we'll get through the programme timeframe.
So is that, let me get my calendar, is that the 22nd? So if other parties can look at the 22nd, or if not, the Mondays following after that, thank you.
I think I've
The
just
one is
been,
available on the 27th.
I think I've just been. I think I'm not at the. Well, I mean, rather than trying to organise it, it would be me.
There's no pressure, though. You just advise the programme after the day, but.
Second. Oh, yeah, I'm doing a case management conference in a huge land-struggling case. It's only a case management conference, but I do need to be there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I do need to be there, unfortunately, and I think the following Monday will also be.
I mean,
well, I suppose it doesn't have to be Monday. Let us take it.
if you can have a
We're
look.
looking for a test.
Yeah, I mean,
I could do Tuesday.
case management conferences, if you're,
Got Simon on for next week as well, so free Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, the Tuesday you block time the week after the January day.
Help the diary both sides.
Oh, that's good, because I could definitely do Tuesday the 23rd.
I'm not sure, I think I might be running some inquiry training for the RCPI on that day. I'm not sure though, it's a bit up in the air, so I'll see.
I'm reluctant to do the 29th, because on the 30th I'm doing a High Court case, and, I just need to.
I mean, no disrespect to yourself, Mr. Humphries. I mean, we do a lot of CMCs, and if the KC can't be there because someone else that can step in, that's quite common. But it depends on your case and your client. I'm not wanting to tell you how to do your job.
No. See, I have got a junior, but it's a huge sort of £100 million compensation. I think they might want me to be.
Okay. I mean, the other thing is, could Ms. Noble stand in? Well, again, I'm not, I don't wish to sort of do you out of a closing yourself. But
Oh, don't worry about that. Let's try and work on what we can.
yeah, if you have a
And if you
thing,
have
but
any other days that we would be able to train is literally that.
it's just one day. I've just been invited to come and tell people the RTPI how to do inquiries, which you might find amusing or not.
I think we established earlier that week is generally good for all
So
parties.
what about you could do the Wednesday, someone could do the Wednesday.
I could do the Wednesday or
could do the
Thursday.
If you could do the Wednesday.
I'll check. Yeah.
Estelle could do the Wednesday.
Okay, yeah, so we've got options.
Should we pencil in the Wednesday?
Yeah, we'll just need to confirm Mr. Randall or,
Okay, well that's good.
yes, the week in January is a different venue. Do we have the hotel on Monday? Yeah. Yeah, just checking that, because that would be, don't want to be in a hotel room in someone's bedroom. Yeah, the cafe would be good if that. Okay, all right, well I feel fairly comfortable now actually, so thank you for efforts on that. Yes, Ms. Lee.
Just one question. I had an email today from Dr. Nod, who's giving noise evidence next week. He wanted to know whether it would assist the inspectors for him to play noise with a noise monitor to monitor the actual level when we're talking about comparative noise levels, because he's got a class 1 noise monitor he can bring with him to make sure it's an accurate thing. So that when he's talking about different metrics, or the difference in volume near the runway, or the difference in volume at a distance from the runway, that we've got a way of sort of conceptualising that a bit more easily in the
It's difficult, isn't it? Because we have had requests like this for noise to be played before, and it's also dependent. I mean, we've got the acoustics of this room. I appreciate, obviously, this is not just a recording on a mobile phone, so it's going to be a bit more. I think perhaps, can the noise witnesses get their heads together about that? And I'm a bit cautious.
I wouldn't
be particularly happy in the noise being played in a confined space. Because obviously, as I mentioned earlier, this room has quite a bad echo reverberation of noise. And the point is you can go out and listen to the real noise rather than recording the noise.
Council have any initial thoughts? I know, obviously none of you are noise experts.
Be interesting to hear what the noise expert wants to do.
I think his thought was less about absolute levels. It's less kind of like, oh look, isn't this very loud? And it was more about the fact that quite a lot of the points of dispute seem to turn on ability to hear reductions in levels. So is a 5 decibel reduction a lot, or is it not a lot? And it's quite hard to conceptualise that.
So it's more of like a theoretical exercise. It's not just this is what a plane will sound
No,
like.
exactly.
It's more of a kind of
about
difference between on the logarithm.
the perceptibility in different levels of noise reduction. I mean, we're very happy obviously to wait until next Tuesday for a decision on that, but just wanted to know whether or not he should get the noise meetings ready to bring with him.
Madam, I honestly don't think it's appropriate. Dr. Noel, with respect, is not a noise expert. He's a community science expert. He's very clear that he doesn't have expertise in noise. And you know, this is not. It's not like Thorny Taylor or Richard Greer, who are experts in noise. So I'd be reluctant. I have no objection to you going out and listening and looking at what type of aircraft goes over, but playing back is not appropriate.
In terms of fairness and public interest, I'd like to hear what he proposes in particular. And then if it's
Perhaps if you could email in an outline, and I'll go away and consider it, and I'll try and give as much notice as I can. And you know, I understand the objections, and obviously once the email outline is there, if you want to make some comments on that as well, I can get your noise witnesses to do that. I am cautious, but you know, I mean, the site visit is really helpful. I've got the app in terms of the old gen and new gen, and so if you don't hear it, it's not that I'm dismissing the evidence in any way. It's just it's such a specific thing, and in an environment, and it's just, you know, will this room distort, and how helpful would that be? But you know, we've got the site visit, and you know, we're continuing to go around the local area and appreciate that sort of on the ground ourselves with our own ears as well. So okay, but let's get that email and
we'll get an outline here today.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Came up on an email about half an hour ago that the new NPPF is anticipated soon, next week maybe, says go. So I'm hoping, I don't know what it will change or anything, but we'll just need to understand any implications that might have or not, and if it changes all the numbering, that can really be when you carefully numbered your paragraphs. But well, I mean, given that we've got a month after next week to visit again, hopefully we can resolve that. But
we haven't had one for ages.
So yeah, just as a heads up. Site visit tomorrow, so we've had the itinerary. I hope everyone's seen that. It seems comprehensive. Obviously on the other itinerary that we had from HACAN that you all agreed, there was a point on there and combined, so we'll do that as well, just to make that clear. It's 2 hours, I think, scheduled. If I'm a bit slow walking, are we absolutely just limited to that 2 hours, or?
No, that's just purely a suggestion.
Right, okay, that's fine. I just didn't, because if we, you know, wanted to stay longer to hear a type of aircraft or something.
I mean, the airport, for obvious reasons, has has vehicles for, you know, moving people around if that's.
It should be okay, it's just I'm a bit slower than I normally would be. So,
You will be around.
I don't need passenger assistant. That's fine, and yeah, because it'd be helpful to get a schedule of the flights as well tomorrow and the types of aircraft as well, just so we can see, you know, understand what we're hearing. That can be done. And do we have a name of the contact that we're meeting tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am, it's Ross Henry, we'll provide that to the.
You provide, if you do that as a programme, just so you've got where, not accosting random holiday people in the cost of coffee tomorrow, so, yeah. And is any necessary safety equipment, high vis providers, if we need it? Yes, great. Okay, are there any other procedural points to raise before we close today? No. No? Any from the council? No. No, brilliant. Okay, well, thank you very much. A useful day, slightly early finish as well, which is great. So, some of us will be round and about tomorrow, but everyone else, if you're back home, have a safe travel if trains are in your favour today. And we will reconvene here on Tuesday at 10 o'clock. Okay, so thank you very much for your efforts. Any issues in the meantime, obviously, contact the programme officer or emails. Thank you.